to make better decisions for our country, Mr. Speaker. The terms of the loan, Mr. Speaker, the principal is 200 million, 20 years, 3-year grace, Mr. Speaker. Principal repayments of 42 months, 34 semi-annual payments, approximately $2.3 million every 6 months. Interest paid semi-annually. Interest rate, 6 months term, SOFR plus 1.2%. I had to Google it, Mr. Speaker. I really had to Google it, SOFR. I will read out where SOFR means, at least where I get from the Google, right? It's a benchmark interest rate that reflects the cost of borrowing cash overnight when loan is secured. SOFR is published by the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, but of course, this probably has nothing to do with it, but this is what Google says. Largely to replace LIBOR. I didn't know that, I didn't know that, Mr. Speaker. Because these are some astronomical figures. If I would get more time for research, Mr. Prime Minister, and I never get this here last night, I would probably do better in my research, Mr. Speaker. You know when this thing come? Last night? I think after 8, part leader? After 10? After 10, when we received this, Mr. Speaker. Why bring it so late? $200 million, Mr. Speaker. And it's sleepy 10 o'clock. When I get up this morning, I see it on my phone. I say, oh my God. Is this what the government wants us to be unprepared? To at least make we have a proper debate? And not make have to guess what a LIBOR or SOFR? I could probably tell you 90% of Belizeans probably don't know what a SOFR and LIBOR. And me too, me never know about it. I'm not ashamed for saying it. If I don't know, I don't know. That's a fact. For example, Mr. Speaker, if a 6-month SOFR were 3.7%, Belize would pay approximately 3.7% plus a 1.2%, which makes it 4.9%, Mr. Speaker. On the full $100 million, 4.9% would initially represent about $10 million of interest per year before principal repayment reduced the balance. The actual total interest over 20 years cannot be known today because of SOFR. Because there's no set rate, Mr. Speaker. It's not set. But I'll get back to that right now. 20 years, SOFR goes up, interest goes up. If the SOFR comes down, the interest comes down. So, one of the questions, Mr. Speaker, is, in the past we have had a lot of very friendly loans in the last year and a half, sometime, 2.5% over 20 years, 1.5%. Why we can't have this time? You see, Mr. Speaker, if we were informed of this, we could have probably, discussed, share ideas, make our comments. But no, Mr. Speaker, we knew about this after 10 last night, and I found out about it this morning, Mr. Speaker. This morning. So, question, what interest rate did government assume when evaluating the loan? What is the projected total interest cost over 20 years? What happens, Mr. Speaker, if the interest rate goes 1, 2, 3%? Where is the sensitivity analysis? Mr. Speaker, when I do business, I make sure I know what my interest rate. I know what my mortgage rate. So I know I have a set amount of money where I will pay to my mortgage to my bank. But when my bank not set what interest rate, and it's SOFR, and they could change this rate, Mr. Speaker, that's very dangerous, Mr. Speaker. That's very dangerous. I would much prefer, was set figure, set percentage rate, 2.5%, right, Part Leader? Those are some good preferential rates. But not going to SOFR when they could change it. Government may say, we have 3 years before the principal repayment. Mr. Speaker, a grace period doesn't make the debt disappear. It simply means we are pay you later and we are kick the bucket down the road, Mr. Speaker. We are kick the bucket down the road. I have another presentation right now, Mr. Speaker, where we are show how much government is borrowing a day to run this country. The first principal repayment starts in 42 months after the first advance. Then the country has years of payment ahead of it. This is exactly what I keep saying. We borrow too much, but the Prime Minister likes to say, we borrow, but we pay. That is not the way how business works, Mr. Speaker. When you borrow too much, you overheat, you run into trouble. Sometimes you might have to, bite the bullet and say, you know what, make a cool down, make a wait, make a regroup. Government's own 2026-2027 budget speech publicly says that our budget stands at 4.67 billion with a B, Mr. Speaker. External debt, 3 billion, domestic debt, 1.6 million, approximately 66% of GDP, 66.6% of GDP. And this was last year. I could guarantee you now that 66.6% is not 66.6% anymore. Especially after today, when we borrow what? 200 million per leader? 200 million? You know, climb up probably only fraction of a percent, but every time we borrow, it go up, Mr. Speaker. Too much borrowing is unsustainable. All we do is kick the bucket down the road. Government, what tell we? The debt to GDP has fallen. But when they compare it to, you know what they compare that to? The COVID era, Mr. Speaker. They compare it to COVID era, because that's the worst Belize has ever been in my lifetime, 50 plus years. Of course, it has come out to smell like flowers after COVID. Anybody who come out to smell like flowers? We were shut down for how long? A year and a half, Part Leader? I remember to go home 7 o'clock every night. I missed the days too, But that's why, in my business, I've made some adjustments, and I close at 10 at night now, and not 11:30 anymore. Mr. Speaker, we compare 2020 COVID. Yes, the government may borrow $1 million a day to keep the country running. But how much we borrow right now to keep this country to run? $700,000 a day we borrow, Mr. Speaker. Right now. The Statistical Institute currently, July 2026, put our population at around 400 to 500,000. That's a gives a rough estimate, Mr. Speaker, because like I say, I never have enough time for get down my figures in straight. Because usually I come out with with the exact numbers. But so I will give a little general number. And so you divide 4.6 billion by the population, Mr. Speaker. And so every Belizean right now in debt right now, we owe $10,000 to $11,000. Every man, woman, and child, including the picnics in the belly, where they come out soon, will be born, owes $10,000 to $11,000 each in debt. As a band, you're born in debt already. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because our country is borrowing too much, Mr. Speaker. And all we do is kick the bucket down the road. But debt to GDP ratio at 50%, 50 plus, okay, it's very, very nice. But we don't have 66%. And we're already paying serious money for debt service Government's own budget says 2025, 2026, interest paid $132 million. Principal amortization approximately $126 million. For 2026, 2027, budget estimates $190 million in public debt service, interest and related charges, Mr. Speaker. $140 million in amortization, hundreds of millions of dollars associated with servicing and repaying debt. Mr. Speaker, man, when I hear the 100 millions, you know how much digits 100 million is, Mr. Speaker? 1 million are 7, 10 million are 8, 100 million are 9 digits, Mr. Speaker. So that I really, with the money, like to play, like play money. Hundreds of millions of dollars, and right now what we are here doing today, Mr. Speaker, $200 million, Mr. Speaker. And then so wait, financing, they don't tell you exactly for what. At least tell we, you know what, we borrow it for fix the road. When the member for Kaya South say, at least tell we we did a lot 1. Yeah, we don't get the financing for lot 1. Oh, we don't get financing for lot 2 yet, not true? So we are doing financing for lot 2, right, member? I know you listen to me. Or the hospital or something. The hospital San Pedro? Oh yes, but that one in a problem hospital in San Pedro. They're real over budgeting. You get your chance, Minister, no worry. You get your chance. Right, for the 2B, okay? Thank you. Aye, Mr. Speaker, I tell you, hundreds of millions of dollars, and when I think money that cannot simultaneously be spent elsewhere, so every new loan must answer one basic question: what return is Belize getting for this debt? Almost $700,000 a day financing pressure, Mr. Speaker. 700. Remember I told you earlier today? Divide it and you'll see how much money we have to borrow for balance this budget. $700,000 a day. And we complain about what? When time COVID come and the government is borrowing $1 million a day to keep the country afloat. They forget to say that everything we shut down then time. Airports, borders, everything we shut down. Literally every business we shut down. You have to get in a line, Mr. Speaker, for go buy your groceries. No, because Mr. Prime Minister, I the drive come this morning and I say, my God, 200, so what? So VIX? $200 million. You know what happened probably, member? Because they're not UNO or pay for it. That the majority of Belizeans they pay for it. I represent a very, very, very poor constituency, you know. Very poor constituency. I born and grew up, not born in it, but I spend majority of my kids and teenage years in it. I know a lot of the guys that were wrong in a mess up. And Mr. Speaker, they talk about $200 million, like, man, then they talk like the pocket change we talk about. Chum change. Every dollar we borrow, Mr. Speaker, even if it's a 2% interest rate, we still got to pay it back. We borrow $700,000 a day.
Speaker, on a point of order, the honourable member from Mesopotamia is being repetitive. He's been saying the same thing over and over probably for the past 20 minutes. So can he proceed with his argument? Nobody is interrupting him, but did he repeat the same thing over and over? So I'm just asking politely to the honourable member to proceed with his other points that he would like to make.
Mr. Speaker, now I have to go through this to you again, Mr. Speaker, man. Last time the 7-8 and they get up for stop me. Because of what? One name change. 7-8 and they get up for stop me for one name change. And then last time, the other time before when they stopped me for the top board, the G7. And what the G7 stand for? Well, the Prime Minister asked, and so I'd have to explain myself, man. You see, Mr. Speaker? The truth hurts, you know, Mr. Speaker. The truth hurts. You know, I remember, last I said that about $1 million. The Prime Minister beat it in at the public head that the government is borrowing $1 million a day. So I need to, I can't say return the favor, Mr. Speaker, but I want to tell the truth. The government of Belize is borrowing $700,000 a day to keep it afloat. Government approved 2026-2027 budget projects overall deficit of approximately $110 million. You see where I come from, Mr. Speaker? It also budget approximately $140 million in principal repayments, Mr. Speaker. So how I come to the $700,000 figures? Put those together as a simple illustration of the year's deficit plus scheduled principal financing pressure of about $251 million. Divided by 365, that's how you get the $700,000. Okay, Mr. Speaker? So I explain to you. Let me be precise. That is, not all debt is bad. Some borrowing can refinance principal that is being repaid, but show us the scale of government's gross financing pressure. Remember, you know, see right here, have it right here, COVID. But Prime Minister don't say I've done the repetitive already, so I'll skip that one right there. So, in a COVID, we borrow $1 million a day. So, today we borrow $700,000 a day. For COVID days are for emergency, to keep the country afloat, literally. So where we borrow the $700 for now, Mr. Speaker? What is the emergency? That was the worst of the time, you know, Mr. Speaker. The question is what we are doing with the borrowing. In 2022, Parliament approved another Taiwan loan facility, $75 million, $150 million US. And what was the purpose? Take a wild guess. General financing. General financing, again. And the Prime Minister will come back. I know when they come back. Yeah, rebut. But I need to remind him also that when he ran on the 2020 general election and the last general election, they both said that they will be different. 1.0 and 2.0. Remember they said they will be different, you know. So why you still borrow so much money?
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, and I'm referring to Standing Order 44, subsection 2. A member may request for the speaker to ask the other person who is speaking, who persists in tedious repetition of his own arguments. The speaker or a member may ask that the speaker can ask that person to take his or her seat. And I repeat, not tediously, but it is tedious repetition of the member, and I ask that the speaker do something. Thank you very much.
Member from Mesopotamia, I think this is the second time members are highlighting the repetition. Can you please proceed with your presentation and try to avoid as much as possible the repetition in your presentation?
Mr. Speaker, why don't you quiet me? If I said anything wrong here today, Mr. Speaker, right? But sometimes I might have to say one or two more times for make a beat it on the head. Right?
Member, just for clarity.
You know what rude? Anyway, make her be quiet. Make her be nice.
Member from Mesopotamia, just for clarity, it is not what you're saying, but it is the repetition of what you're saying.
Mr. Speaker, we have a loan, you know, Mr. Speaker. All is the numbers, you know, Mr. We have 100 million US, you know. Some change. Mr. Speaker, I know the standing order is just as good as probably most people in this place right here, right?
Please
and
proceed with
I will tell you, the only way una shut me up in this house, Mr. Speaker, is if you name me. That the only way una shut me up if you name me. Well, then name me then, because I'm telling the truth. I'm telling you, Mr. Speaker, right? Because you guys
from
want to
Mr.
shut me
Fatima,
up.
please proceed with your presentation.
And here are something Belizeans should know. In February of 2025, government came back to Parliament concerning an older $40 million Taiwan loan. Government has already received a 2.5-year moratorium on principal payment from 2021 to 2023. Payment resumed. Then the government requested another 3-year suspension, principal repayments from January 2025 through December 2027. So, Mr. Speaker, that same instance right there, we kicked the bucket down the road again. I remember when they wrapped it up the other day, they wrapped up 12, 13 loans together, and kicked the bucket down the road. But we postponed principal payments on an existing loan while taking on new loans, Mr. Speaker. That is why I am concerned about the cycle. Borrow, pay, refinance, borrow again. Same thing. Borrow, pay, refinance, borrow again. You know, sometimes, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you know about a Ponzi scheme. A Ponzi scheme is when people pool money together, they're like syndicate. Right? And if you pull the plug out of one and not pay it, then everything crumble. And everybody at the end of the syndicate get what? Get shafted. They don't get the money. We need to stop the borrow so much money, Mr. Speaker. I want this presentation to be fair, Mr. Speaker. And I'll go back to 130% debt to GDP again, when they were boasting about it, about our debt to GDP. Mr. Prime Minister, you have other members who could get up. As that other member get up and hold on to you, well, Mr. Speaker, not right, man. You have to wrap it up.
Member from Mesopotamia, please proceed with your presentation.
But I'm just answering the Prime Minister who asked me, Mr. Speaker. If you could tell me one thing, you must at least let the Prime Minister at least left me alone now. Anyway, I can continue, Mr. Speaker. Debt to GDP ratio has fallen substantially. I agree. Good thing. Anything better than COVID? Government will point out economic growth, the blue bond transaction, Petro-Caribbean restructuring, improve fiscal performance. Give them credit where due. No problem, Mr. Speaker. But then, ask the question, if we achieve all those savings, why are we still borrowing hundreds of millions in general financing purposes? Yeah. If we do so good, why we still continue to borrow? The blue bond saw major savings. In 2021, the transaction for the blue bond, super bond, saved us roughly $377 million. Mr. Speaker, the Petro-Caribbean, we save how much money again? A couple $100 million for the Petro-Caribbean again. I think if my memory serves me right, the savings was roughly about $600 million. All that get right off, done. What did we do with that reading room, Mr. Speaker? Did we fundamentally reduce our dependence on borrowing, or did we simply create room to borrow again? Mr. Speaker, and I know they will get up and they'll stop me again. So I'll let you know, everything that I present on is about the money and the loans and the past loans. Remember the super bond, Mr. Speaker? Belize already learned what happened when governments borrow excessively, Mr. Speaker. Debts accumulated. Refinancing becomes necessary. One loan becomes another. And eventually Belize ended up with the famous super bond. Remember that? We cannot repeat the same history under a different name, Mr. Speaker. When we borrow too much, I'm really scared that we are going to another super bond 3.0. Remember, Mr. Speaker, remember in the last House meeting, when we talked about the DFC name change, when I tell you that we lost $420 million, how much I didn't get up out of me? Mr. Speaker, all I do here today, Mr. Speaker, and in the past and in the future, is telling the truth. Sometimes the truth hurts, but sometimes we have to face it. This is why Parliament must ask, we must ask questions. Every government borrows. Agreed? UDP borrow, PUP borrow. That is not the argument, Mr. Speaker. The question is whether borrowing is productive, affordable, transparent, sustainable, and tied to measurable benefits. Not budget balancing, Mr. Speaker. Borrow $200 million for a productive asset and show me the returns. Borrow $200 million for a major infrastructure project. Borrow something that expands GDP. But general financing, Mr. Speaker, I'd rather take the $200 million and do Lot 2. Remember kind of South, Lot 2 in the Western Highway between Hatfield to Democracia? I think they said they will look for financing for that. That one is going to go right there. At least we gave a highway. Some questions to the government, Mr. Speaker. Exactly what will this $200 million finance? Give us the expenditure breakdown. How much is for recurrent expenditure? How much is for capital investment? How much will refinance existing obligations? What is the projected all-in interest cover cost over 20 years? What so far assumption did government use? Why is government taking variable rate exposure for such a long period? That a risk. Remember I talked about it so far earlier, Mr. Speaker? Because they could change the interest rate. So what interest rate are we predicting that the loan will hold for? How much of that borrowing was for specific projects? How much was simply for general budgeting? We need a broke down, Mr. Speaker. We can't just trust the government, you know. We have to ask the hard questions. How much principal has government actually paid during the same period? How much interest has government paid? After the Blue Bond and Petrocaribbean general savings, why do we still need another $200 million? We saved $600 million. And we borrow again, and borrow again, and borrow again. And today, we borrow now $200 million. Every year, we roughly borrow $150 to $200 million, Mr. Speaker. Every year. It's borrowing money, Mr. Speaker. Don't tell me that debt to GDP ratio at 66% will stay there, Mr. Speaker. It's going to go up. Definitely after this today. And they sign, and then you go to the Senate, and then the GG sign it and get it into law. Then we debt to GDP ratio climb again, and now be 66.6%. Mr. Speaker, borrowing is easy. Repayment is hard, Mr. Speaker. The minister who signs this agreement today will not be the Minister of Finance in 20 years. Some of us in this House will long be gone from politics, but the loan will still be here. It's just like the last BL one where they gave us $73 million for literally 0% interest rate, and then in 25 years they give it what? The same $73 million? And at least get back some interest rate, man. This government has to look after the benefit of the people, Mr. Speaker. They can't just spend money like that, their own money, Mr. Speaker. Our grandchildren will inherit it. Our grandchildren.
Member, may I ask that you please finalize your presentation? You continue to be repetitive with your statements.
Mr. Speaker, all I am is reminding the government that they are borrowing too much. This is a $100 million loan, Mr. Speaker, US, Mr. Speaker. I don't know why you tend to want to shut me down every house meeting or interrupt me for try to get me out of my groove because I'm telling the truth. And to make it worse, Mr. Speaker, that when they heckle me or harass me, you're not telling anybody nothing. But when you look at me, oh, Mr. Continue speaking. Please be a little bit more fair now, Mr. Speaker. All I do is tell the truth, you know, Mr. Speaker. And the truth hurts, Mr. Speaker. We borrow too much money. And that is repetitive, Mr. Speaker. We borrow $100 million. Is that repetitive, Mr. Speaker? Member, we don't want you personally guaranteed $100 million.
Standing Order 44-2. We have
Mr. Speaker,
been suffering this now for a long time, sir. There is a reason for standing orders.
Has he said it is
We don't get you already, man. We get you.
He cannot just interrupt a member on his foot without saying, here, I want a point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Member, I think just for the benefit of the House, I highlighted to you earlier to please finalize your statement for one main reason. There is a purpose for having these standing order. And you have been repetitive in your presentation. Can you please finalize your presentation?
Mr. Speaker, we are continuing like this all the time, you know, Mr. Speaker, because I will always tell the truth. And if you say repetitive, then so be it, Mr. Speaker. Right? We borrow too much, and sooner or later, somebody will have to pay the bill, you know, Mr. Speaker. That all Belizeans owe this money, Mr. Speaker. If they may only the government and they pick a bucket and carry it with them, that's no problem. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, before we go get any more back and front, I cannot support this bill because we borrow too much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Freetown.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this motion. The honourable member for Mesopotamia was not only repetitive, he was boring and totally confused in his arguments. This resolution, let's be very clear about this motion, sorry. Let's be very clear about what we're dealing with. The government and people of Belize, the nation of Belize, has enjoyed diplomatic relations with the Republic of China, Taiwan, now for going on 37 years, right, since 1989. And Taiwan, over those 37 years, has proven, I know we will all agree, on both sides of the House we will agree, that they have proven to be a good faith partner in Belize's national development. They have been good friends of Belize, good partners in our development. They have supported the growth and development of our country over those 37 years, and that is why the Belizean people have continued to support the relationship between our two countries. So we have a long history with Taiwan, and throughout those 36, 37 years, we have established a framework for economic cooperation, a bilateral economic framework for cooperation. And every government, regardless of which party is in power, has over those 37 years negotiated a 5-year, generally on a 5-year, sometimes depending on the cycles, some governments are not in office for 5 years. The UDP had several, I think we had 3 elections in 7 years under the UDP. So generally 4 years, 5-year cooperation frameworks are negotiated. That is done on the respective governments. And that is what this is. Again, one framework agreement has expired. It came to an end last year, and government negotiated a new economic bilateral cooperation framework for the next, this one will go to 2029. That is what this is. There's no need to create some hysteria about what is going on. It's a standard framework based on our cooperation between our two countries, between Belize and our good faith partners in development, Taiwan. So if you want to criticize Taiwan, go ahead and do that. But that is what this is about. It's framework between a cooperation framework between friends. And then the other point, Mr. Speaker, they get up and rant and rum, just all over the place, completely confused in their arguments. But the fundamental point, and the member for Mesopotamia, at the very end of his presentation, tried to, in a very mealy-mouthed way, concede and admit the fundamental fact facing this country today is that we have reduced the public debt. It is under this government, under this People's United Party government, under the leadership of John Briceño, the Honourable Member for Orange Walk Central, the Minister of Finance, that we have reduced the public debt. We have worked very, very hard, very effectively to make sure that we transform this economy, grow the economy, and reduce the public debt. When we got into office in 2020, when we got into office in 2010, not about COVID, they like to talk about COVID and about 100, the public debt was at 130% of GDP. Before COVID, it was over 100% of GDP. Before COVID came along, COVID took it a little further and a little deeper. But long before COVID, this economy, the Belizean economy under the UDP was in recession. We were having absolutely no growth, stagnant economy in recession. So don't talk about COVID. COVID took us off the cliff, over the cliff. But we were already there. So that is the fact. This administration, this government, over the last 5+ years, going 6 years, has reduced that public debt from 130% of GDP down to now we're around 62, 65% of GDP. That is the reality. Those are the stubborn facts. You can't get wrong that, you can't deny that, you can't manipulate that, you can't be repetitive about that. Those are the facts. And this, Mr. Speaker, is a long-term concessionary loan. Long-term concessionary loan. You can't get better than this. And governments all over the world are looking for this type of financing for their budgets, for their national budgets. When you could get that kind of cheap, almost free money, when you can get that kind of money, it frees up your government to do other things, to invest in other meaningful sectors of the economy. That is what this is about. So, very, very simple explanation, Mr. Speaker. And another fundamental fact, they don't seem to understand this, but you're dealing with a fiscally responsible government. When we borrow, we are paying down. We are paying, every year we are paying tens and tens of millions of dollars toward the debt. We're paying down the debt. So not just the borrow, there are two sides to the ledger. You borrow, but you're paying down. That's what a fiscally responsible government does. We borrow at the lowest possible cost, concessionary financing, and then we're paying off our bills. That is the reality. And then the final point I would make, Mr. Speaker, is that these people come here and say, oh, we don't know where they do it, the money. I mean, you have to have some audacity real audacity. The former representative for Mesopotamia, our good friend, the Honorable Finnegan, you know, used to like say, they got more nerves than 32 bad teeth for coming out with them kind of arguments. They are the government. They are the UDP party. And the member, the leader, Madam Leader of the Opposition was right there sitting in Parliament when these people spent $1.5 billion. 1.5, that's the court declared it, $1.5 billion without ever coming to Parliament. Never brought it to the Belizean people. Never came to Parliament. You talk about you don't know where we have brought a motion to tell you that we're borrowing this money. You have an opportunity to debate it and talk about it and be repetitive about it. We never had an opportunity. Spend $1.5 billion. Nobody know about it. When you sit down in a cabinet and decide how to spend $1.5 billion of the Belizean people's money without ever disclosing it to Parliament, without ever bringing it to the Belizean people. And you have the audacity to come here after we have presented a motion telling you all the terms and conditions of this loan that, oh, you don't know where we are do with it. Absolute shameful, Madam Speaker. They have no authority to speak on this issue. We are a responsible government doing the right thing on behalf of the Belizean people, and I fully support this motion. I thank you.
I recognize the member from Queen Square.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to close this discussion, this debate on behalf of the opposition in a concise and salient manner. We must, of course, acknowledge Taiwan for their financial assistance. It's really the lifeline of the Belizean economy when they're ready and willing to put $100 million into Belize in a moment's notice. This lifeline is almost like a life vest for this government because the borrowing is unstoppable. It's irresponsible. We have to question what the borrowing is for. And the answer to it so far appears to be you borrow from Peter to pay Paul, one of the worst way a country can borrow. You see, there are industries that's failing, agriculture, for example, and you'd hope that some of this loan would help the agriculture industry because in the south, citrus is almost non-existent. In the north, the cane, thanks to the Fusarium disease, is being destroyed every single way north. So you'd hope that cattle has also taken a plunge. It was a month ago, $3.50 per pound for small bulls. Today, as we speak, is $2.90. So every single major industry in agriculture is taking a blow. I would hope the government would announce today that this loan will benefit the agriculture sector. Again, you have other industries like tourism, where sargassum continues to plague the islands. We need solutions. We need loans in the right direction. Also, the manner of introducing these loan motions with 12 hours notice, 10 p.m., and by 10 in the morning you want us to debate and discuss it. I understand that it's urgent, but there's a greater urgency that if we're going to have 20 years to saddle the Belizean people, how else can I say it past leader of the UDP, Honorable Dean Burrell, said, for God's sake, please give us time to properly debate these loan motions. $100 million affects us all. In fact, most of the members over there will not see 20 years from now when we continue to repay for it. And yes, public Public debt has decreased. I cannot ever run away from that. But what they have not told you is inflation continues to increase in this country. Electricity bills have gone up. Just this month, many Belizeans see it clearly. Basic food items continue to rise. Fuel, it seems, will never stop rising in this country. We need to put loans to better use. That's my contribution. Thank you.
The Honorable Prime Minister.
I think I try to follow because Mr. Speaker, I am still at a loss when the honorable member, the leader of the opposition, would come and say, well, we still don't know what you're borrowing this for. This is over 5 years, and yes, we're going to use by the end of this year probably about 40 million. But if she would have only listened, this is what I said. I said, while there is no restrictions on how the funds are to be allocated, it's a loan from government to government, within our annual budgets, I said the government, our government, said we are giving a priority to meet local counterpart requirements to other capital investment programs funded by our multilateral development partners. And I said this in simple language. It means that, for instance, especially in capital spending, in Capital 3, where we do these large, like for instance, the highways that you're seeing being built right at the highway, the upgrade on the western, on the George Price Highway. There's a counterpart funding that we have to put in. And we are saying that this monies is going to be used towards those investments. It's not going to be used to pay salaries and to pay rent and to keep the light going for the government. Unlike the UDP, when they were borrowing, it's a pity that the honorable member from Mesopotamia is not sitting here because he could learn something when he's just been rambling and rambling. The $1 million that UDP was borrowing during COVID was just to keep the light on. We're not doing that. We are borrowing to invest. And the leader of the opposition knows better, Mr. Speaker, because she knows quite well that when you borrow from the bank will not lend you money to go and pay rent. The bank will lend you to build a house or to expand your house or invest in education. And we're using that same principle. We are borrowing to invest in this country. And when you look at $200 million over 5 years, if you do a projection on the size of the budget, the revenues part of the budget, it is probably right now about 1.7, 1.8 billion. So you're looking at about $8.6 billion. This $200 million over 5 years represents just about 2% of the budget. So it's not something like, here we are, we're going to put this shock onto in all of this borrowing that we'll not be able to pay. And my dear friend from Mesopotamia went off about so forth and so forth and so forth, and simply it's just that the secure overnight financing rate that is set by the Federal Bank from the New York office, and presently it's 3.68%. And the member very well knows that whenever you make a loan from the bank always charge you prime plus, depending, one, on the size of the loan, and secondly, who you are, if you are a person that pays your loans all the time and on time. So the prime that they set here at the bank is so for that countries use. Simple thing, it's not complicated. And he also well known, and I would challenge him publicly to tell me that when you sign for a loan at the bank would tell you, well, presently that your loan is based on prime plus a percentage. Right, Madam Leader of the Opposition? Your loan is always prime plus. And if prime goes up, your interest rate goes up. They don't come and ask you permission to raise your interest rate. That is what happens every day in this country and across the whole world. So governments, when they were using LIBOR, they found out that it wasn't properly administered how they were going to set LIBOR back then. They come up now with what the Federal Bank of New York would use, and so what they call the secure overnight financing rate, or SOFR. And so that's what every country uses, SOFR plus whatever the countries they would negotiate. Just like when you go and borrow at a bank, they tell you prime plus, if that 1%, 3%, 4%, and they tell you that if the prime rate increases, they are going to increase your rate. So just going off and off, it's embarrassing actually, to be honest with you, Mr. Speaker. But I want to make some notes, some points to remind the member of MASOP. I know he spent a lot of time on ChatGTP. I don't really double check when he comes to speak here. But let me give you some very interesting points that I did during the budget debate. In 13 years of the UDP, the debt per capita per person, in 2008, it was at $7,335 per person, per Belizean. By the time they left government in 2020, it was at $10,977. It was probably pretty much an increase of over 50% of borrowing per Belizean by the UDP. Now, this is also a very interesting number to look at. And these are numbers from the IMF, not my numbers. The per capita income in 2008, when the UP left office and the UDP came in, was $11,332. $11,332. In 2020, 13 years under the UDP, it decreased to $10,418. $10,418. In effect, we were 8% poorer under the UDP over 13 years of their reign. And then they come and pontificate. Check your stats, Madam Leader of the Opposition. Check your stats. That's how we make their numbers. The World Bank and the IMF have those reports, and you can look it up. So under the UDP, we became 8% poorer without factoring inflation. So it was way worse than that. Since 2020, the debt per capita, per person, like what the honorable member from Mesopotamia, the borrow per person, well, that's the debt per capita, was at $10,977 in 2020 when the UDP come in. By the end of 2025, we had a marginal decrease, Mr. Speaker, to $10,892. It's about a 1%. The point we have been making over and over, yes, we did borrow, but we did pay. And economy grow. That is why you could afford. That is why the international banking institutions, the IFIs and other governments are prepared to lend us money because they see at the fundamentals of our finances. I just had a meeting with the Vice President of the World Bank and the IFC and other people in PG Wednesday night and yesterday. And they're looking at me and says, Prime Minister, you sometimes, because you're in a pressure cooker, you can't see everything. But we from the outside, we're looking at what is taking Belize. Belize is transformed over the past 5 years. You must be proud. And I say, it's not only me, I say, it's all of us. We have a good team of ministers. And we have transformed this country over the past 5 years. And the honorable member from MESOP just come and start to ramble about what we're borrowing. Numbers speak truth, Mr. Speaker. And look at this now. Income was at $10,418 in 2020 under the UDP. By 2025, income per capita in Belize was at $15,600, an increase of about 50% in 5 years of this government, Mr. Speaker. They made us 8% poorer in 13 years, and in 5 years we've increased it by 50%. That is the difference between a government that when they borrow, they're borrowing for investing in its people, investing in infrastructure, investing in education, investing in health, investing in the future generations of this country. And then they talk about the debt. In 2008, the debt of this country when the PUP left government was at $2.2 billion. 13 years later, the debt of this country was at $4.2 billion. They borrowed $2 billion and made us 8% poorer, Mr. Speaker. That is the fact of this UDP government. And then they come here to pontificate. And these past 5 years, you know what, in average, how much more we owe, Mr. Speaker? $500 million in over 5 years. Why? Because we borrow, but we pay back. We don't restructure loans. We don't go to the banks and tell, hey, we can't pay you, so we have to restructure the loan and kick it down. Kicking down the can, that is what UDP did for 13 years. And then they come to we and tell we about kicking down the can. I wish the member from Mesop was here so he could stop embarrass himself. He's a friend, really nice guy, but I don't know what to get to him. I know that a chat GDP, they make him feel he's so smart all of a sudden. And then come here and ramble on for about an hour. Mr. Speaker, there are other points, but I won't waste my time. I just want to make the point that we are grateful to the Republic of China, Taiwan. They have proven that they are true partners, that they are true friends. And just like how they deal with us right now, working with us, helping us in the development process, they did the same thing with the UDP. But the UDP, on the other side, can't blame we because they messed up over the past 13 years. Can't blame me because we have a government that has been working every single day to make the lives of our citizens better. And the facts speak for itself. So we don't have to continue to pontificate. So, but I do appreciate, though, that of the members of the other side that spoke, they did say that they are grateful to Taiwan, to the Republic of China, Taiwan, that they are true and reliable friends of Belize. Mr. Speaker, I urge at both sides for us to approve this loan motion. Thank you.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Minister for Constitution and Religious Affairs and Indigenous Affairs and Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I'd like to put these two motions together because they're both very closely related, with your permission. So this is the resolution consenting to the grant of a limited concession to the National Bus Company of Belize to operate motor omnibuses along the western corridor of Belize. Motion 2026. So I move, whereas Section 115 of the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act provides that the Department may, with the consent of the National Assembly, signified by a resolution to that effect, grant to any person or to 2 or more persons jointly a limited concession or an exclusive concession to operate motor omnibuses in any area or on any road or route, or for any journey upon such conditions as may be specified in the grant and subject to that act and the regulations. And whereas the department proposes to grant to the National Bus Company of Belize a limited concession to operate motor omnibuses services along the western corridor of Belize, which comprises the Western Transport Service area, being the area comprising all highways connecting Benqueviejo del Carmen, San Ignacio, Santa Elena, Belmopan, and Belize City, in accordance with the terms and conditions specified in the concession. Now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House consents to the Department granting to the National Bus Company of Belize a limited concession to operate motor omnibuses within the western corridor of Belize, comprising the Western Transport Service area, being the area comprising all highways connecting Benqueviejo del Carmen, San Ignacio, Santa Elena, Belmopan, and Belize City, subject to such terms and conditions as may be specified in the grant, and to the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act and the regulations made thereunder. And the related resolution, Mr. Speaker, this is the resolution consenting to the grant of an exclusive concession to the National Bus Company of Belize to operate motor omnibuses along the southern corridor of Belize Motion 2026. I move that whereas Section 115 of the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act provides that the Department may, with the consent of the National Assembly signified by resolution to that effect, grant to any person or to two or more persons jointly a limited concession or an exclusive concession to operate motor omnibuses in any area or on any road or route, or for any journey upon such conditions as may be specified in the grant, and subject to that act and the regulations. And whereas the Department proposes to grant to the National Bus Company of Belize an exclusive concession to operate motor omnibus services along the southern corridor of Belize, which comprises the Southern Transport Service area, being the area comprising all highways connecting Punta Gorda, Independence and Mango Creek, Dangriga, the Coastal Road to La Democracia, and Belmopan. Now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House consents to the Department granting to the National Bus Company of Belize an exclusive concession to operate motor omnibuses along the southern corridor of Belize, comprising the Southern Transport Service area, being the area comprising all highways connecting Punta Gorda, Independence and Mango Creek, Dangriga, the Coastal Road to La Democracia, and Belmopan, subject to such terms and conditions as may be specified in the grant and to the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act and the regulations made thereunder. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, kindly allow me just to make some short remarks in this regard. So the concessions are, as the regulations make clear, linked to higher standards required of the National Bus Company in this specific case, but with the aim for the overall standards of operations of intercity buses to be improved over time. So allow me to just refer to my notes so that I could specify some of those specific conditions that now the NBC must comply by getting these concessions. There must be maintenance of an approved fleet that satisfies statutory safety requirements. There must be compliance with all Department of Transport directives and service standards. There must be an implementation of published schedules approved by the department. There must be provision of reliable service to rural and underserved communities. So as the buses are passing through the villages, there must be consideration to serve not just the urban commuters, but also those that are underserved. Must be maintenance of adequate public liability and motor vehicle insurance coverage. Must be compliance with environmental, labor, and public safety laws. Must be acceptance of fare structures approved by the government or the relevant regulatory authority. There must be submission of annual operational and financial reports to the Department of Transport. Must be installation of passenger safety, monitoring, fleet management systems as may be required by the regulations, and compliance with all obligations established under the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Limited and Exclusive Concession Regulations. Allow me to make reference quickly to those, Mr. Speaker. Under Section 13, it speaks to service, safety, and operational standards, which have been our gravest concern with how things have deteriorated over the past 25 years. So under Part 5, Service, Safety, and Operational Standards of the regulations, that, by the way, we had dealt with in the last House meeting. Section 13 reads, an operator granted a concession shall ensure that public transport services are provided in a safe, reliable, efficient, orderly, and coordinated manner, consistent with the public interest in maintaining a modern public bus transport system. The operator shall, under 14, maintain sufficient operational capacity to ensure the continuous and efficient provision of public transport services under the concession, including A, an adequate number of motor omnibuses, B, suitably qualified drivers and other operational personnel, and C, reserve motor omnibuses, reserve drivers, and such other reserve operational capacity as is reasonably necessary to minimize missed trips and service cancellations. And under 15, an operator shall maintain and deploy a fleet sufficient A, to operate all scheduled public transport services, and B, respond to mechanical failure, accidents, increased passenger demand, road disruptions, and other contingencies. Under 16, an operator granted an exclusive concession shall ensure that motor omnibuses are equipped with A, surveillance cameras, B, communication systems, C, incident alert systems, D, appropriate security personnel or protocols, and E, such other measures as the department may reasonably require. The operator granted under 17.1 and exclusive concession shall implement systems sufficient to enable oversight by the department, including, and maybe I should go a little slower because this is night and day compared to what we have now. A, global positioning systems or comparable tracking systems, which the NBC is already engaged in, speed monitoring devices, electronic ticket systems which correspond with seat numbering, that is in process, passenger information systems, dispatch and fleet control systems, communication systems linking drivers and control centers. Very, very important. These are significant requirements that will take the standards and quality to a new international level. Point 2 under Section 17 states, an operator granted a limited concession shall implement systems sufficient to enable oversight by the department, including the electronic ticketing system, which corresponds with numbering, seat numbering, passenger information systems, dispatch and fleet control systems, and speed monitoring devices. And what we see here clearly is that the tiers of standards are incrementally higher given the higher concession levels that are received by the NBC or any other operator that comes that meets the requirements. Basically, right now you have the road service permit system that has 18 conditions, that has things related like you need a fire hydrant, you need a spare tire, and basic things. These take the standards to an international level. And that's important to underline. Presently, the road service permits allow for 1 to 2 years. We're contemplating taking that under that respective regulations to about 4 years. The concession, the limited concession is up to 7 years, and the exclusive concession is up to 15 years. So, Mr. Speaker, I thought it was critical that we have the public understand and know that the concessions are tied to specific standards that the operator that is granted such a limited or a exclusive concession that they must meet. So with that, I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm telling you, it's getting more interesting with a government that is clearly not committed to transparency and accountability, to principles such as inclusion and fair play in a market that requires us to do so. Mr. Speaker, the opposition supports safer buses, reliable schedules, reasonable fares, and improved public transportation for all of Belize, the Western Corridor and the Southern Corridor. But these two motions, Mr. Speaker, ask Parliament to approve an exclusive concession for the National Bus Company of Belize. The government is now regulator and service provider, coming to this National Assembly asking us to approve an exclusive arrangement without, Mr. Speaker, presenting the concession agreement or its material terms. The motion, as it is written, Mr. Speaker, says that the concession will be subject to such quote-unquote terms and conditions as may be specified in the grant, end of quote. So where is the grant? So you want to treat we like kunumono now? That we in this National Assembly have a duty and a responsibility to make informed decisions. But for us to do that, Mr. Speaker, we need the information. And the executive has a duty and responsibility to provide it. What exactly is Parliament being asked to approve? Before we surrender competition along an entire corridor, the government has some questions to answer. How does this exclusive license be fair to other service providers who are not part of the NBC? So you're asking, the government is asking this National Assembly to approve a monopoly without providing any data to the Belizean people. The question, Mr. Speaker, is why is this exclusive concession necessary at this time? Did we, the service providers, have any opportunity to provide and to tender for those routes and use the equipment that is outlined in the grant? What fares and routes and schedules will apply? Or for just accept with a stroke of a pen that we are providing these exclusive meaning box everybody else out without rhyme or reason. What subsidies, guarantees, or tax concessions have been provided by the executive to those who are being given these exclusive agreements? As I've said, Mr. Speaker, exclusivity creates monopolies, and monopoly creates powers, fiefdoms. We need strong safeguards before we can agree to anything. This is an administration that seems to have great difficulty in providing the necessary safeguards that the people are clamoring for. The situation right now is volatile. It's ready to explode, and you come here without blinking, without providing any information to help us to move closer to the principles that you say you stand for. This motion, Mr. Speaker, or these motions, provides no guarantees to minimum service levels, safety standards, fair controls. We say that's why we're doing it. Section 115 requires the consent of the National Assembly. That consent, however, must be informed and meaningful. It's not a blank check for terms to be determined outside of these chambers. And I'm particularly disappointed, Mr. Speaker, because whenever I have been asked to sit and dialogue with my counterparts on the other side of this assembly, I have done so meaningfully, without bias, in the interest of protecting the people. I have complied. You want me to answer you, Honorable? I have just sat for 3 12-hour days. My point is, there is absolutely no reason for this information to us to be sidelined or blindsided by such a motion. Because it's not only that we have been asked, it is also that we make ourselves available in the interests of this country. Mr. Speaker, let me get back to my notes quickly. We're asking the government to table the concession agreement. We're asking this government to table the ownership information. We're asking this government to provide the selection process, the financial arrangements, the service standards, and protections for existing operators who may not be a part of the NBC. The opposition, for the avoidance of any doubt, supports transportation reform. We must, but we cannot responsibly support an undisclosed monopoly. Southern Belize deserves quality public transportation. Western Belize deserves quality transportation. Northern Belize deserves quality public transportation. Central Belize deserves quality public transportation. But the people of this country deserves full transparency, full accountability, and fairness. We deserve, those of us who have been the primary service providers in the transportation industry, deserve a seat at the table. And this Parliament would be absolutely irresponsible to agree to move forward in this fashion without disclosures that we have requested. Mr. Speaker, lest we forget, we sit here in this National Assembly as legislators, responsible not for convenience of those who are connected. We're not here to support private privilege. We are here, Mr. Speaker, to make the best decisions in the interest of the most amount of commuters in the country of Belize. You see, Mr. Speaker, there is no reason, and I have to borrow from my colleague in MESOP, why would we get this motion at 10 o'clock last night and be expected to come here and rubber stamp it? Because this is what this is about, rubber stamping. let us treat the people of this country with the respect that they deserve. Let us not make these chambers become an organ of the executive, but rather an institution that looks at the greatest good for this country. Mr. Speaker, there is absolutely no way those of us on this side can support these two motions. I thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Don Griega.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What a let me be professional, unlike that presentation just now, and use it as a teachable moment for our country. It appears, Mr. Speaker, that just in the interest of continued pontification, that something that has been there for years now to be addressed, and in particular, during their 12 and a half years, when things were getting worse. And all of a sudden now they have all these criticisms to be made when something is being done. Where were the solutions when they were there? But let me try to speak to some of the points that the member from Albert made. First of all, they're saying that the ministry is also the regulator. No, that's mischief. Everybody knows that there's a transport board. And the transport board has its responsibilities under the law. And it is comprised of people from across spectrum of our society. Professional people who would certainly feel disrespected that their contributions and their experience is not being properly recognized in that statement. As far as I know, the Transport Board has been meeting every month, and they have been dealing with a lot of issues, including looking at a lot of the infractions that many of the bus operators continue to make, and trying to find a way for them to understand that we cannot continue doing that. It has to be that behavior must change, and they have their role to play. And they've been playing that role. The question about the grant. The grant follows from when the Assembly gives its green light, and will use the very regulations that I was reading as the basis for constructing the grant. The grant must be consistent with the regulations and the laws. The grant cannot go outside of the regulations or the laws. Otherwise it will be illegal. So we are here to deal with putting down the regulations, putting down the laws that then will guide the creation of the concept of the grant. But then, wouldn't it be putting the cart before the horse if you go and create the grant when the National Assembly has not approved it yet? We have to be respectful to the National Assembly. So again, what kind of reasoning comes up with such a criticism? So the question was, how is the license, this concession, fair to other providers not members of the NBC? From the very beginning, from day one, this whole process was based on fairness. We, in discussions with the operators, made it abundantly clear that it's not a nationalization. We're not coming and taking over your assets. On the contrary, we're working together with a new model, and you are free to make your decision if this new model will work for you. But this new model is the policy of the government of Belize. And so, if you decide not to go along, you have a freedom to decide, then you have your own consequences to consider. It is as simple as that. And we have been abundantly clear and respectful in stating this. We have never said this in a condescending manner to any member of this, of the intercity sector. Never once. Right? We've had all of the members in the South have agreed. Practically all in the West have agreed. And the biggest operators have agreed. Westline, James in order, James, Westline, Floralia. They agreed to come on board based on their assessment. Being larger companies, they had more developed accounting systems and more sophistication in understanding business relative to some of the other operators. And they were the first ones to jump on board and to promote the PPP and to say, I want to take my heirs. Imagine the James family decision that they had to make. Over 40-odd years of service to this country. From Punta Gorda through the worst roads, for years and years of sacrifice and hard work. And they took this model, and for them to have survived over 40 years, you have to give them kudos. It means that there's a certain level of tenacity, there's a certain level of understanding business, of service to people for them to have survived so long. So don't take that lightly, don't insult those people, and say that what they did was willy-nilly and that they don't understand business and they're making mistakes. We gave them the opportunity, like all the others, to make proper assessment of what they were doing. Right? So, we have to be mindful of what has occurred. There was a list that we presented, by the way, when we did a press conference on March 2nd, in which every single operator that had joined the NBC, they were all present and they were all listed. And we showed the pie so that the whole country could have seen. Go back to the Amandala newspaper, they did an excellent piece on that press conference. And we promised to make another press conference at the end of the 6-month period, which is at the end of this month, which God willing we're looking forward to do, so we could list out all the areas of performance and improvement that the NBC has made. So there's no lack of transparency. In fact, if there is any example of transparency, that is one of the best examples you could find. Right? Talking about the truth. That's the truth. That's the truth. So, guess what else the operators did in the meantime as they wait for this concession? They signed non-compete agreements so that each other could be comfortable that after this thing sign up, I'm not going now and I'm going to lobby one official now so that I could get another road service permit, because that's what happened after Novello. That's what was one of the primary reasons for the whole thing to go downwards, because road service permits were given out afterwards. They don't want to have a reoccurrence of history. We learn from history. We learn from the mistakes that we've made. And to address that potential risk, all the operators signed non-compete agreements with each other. So the operators made their decisions based on the consultations and found that the PPP model was the best model for them. In fact, they felt respected, on the contrary, because they were given options, right? And then coming into the NBC, they had options as well. They could come in and exchange the entire value of their business for shares, 100%. Or they could sell to another operator in the grouping and move out. A couple of them have made that decision. Or they could sell, after they subscribe, a certain portion of their shares to other operators. So there was an abundance of opportunities for them to make independent decisions that were clearly because we wanted it to be a fair process. So there's the blurting out of how about fares that are being published. We just went through a big exercise with the other members, with the BBA, as you will recall, where they were requesting subsidies and fare increases and all these things. And in there, after lengthy discussions and the cabinet contemplating their requests, granting them, in one instance, their requests, and then they changing their mind, coming back again to the cabinet, and we again, being flexible, acceded to their requests, granted them the subsidy, $3 per gallon, plus the increase in the fares. Right? They got increases in their fares. For short stops, they got their $3, up to $3, right? And the rest is practically $1 for each of the different destinations along the highways. Right? So, the fares that are there now have been published after we have consulted and acceded to their request to us. Don't know we come and say, hey, we increased the fares by so much. And no, they demanded it. In fact, they closed down Tower Hill Bridge for 2 or 3 hours in the morning, harming their own people, their own commuters. Fortunately, NBC had some buses on the south side and on the north side, and we were able to move as many people as we could have at that point in time. So, the fares have been published, and the fares that have been published are the ones that have been requested by them. Mr. Speaker, then there's the statement, right, that this is an undisclosed monopoly. It is a PPP that is now comprised of 18 originally competing operators who decided on their own that the type of competition they were having was adverse to their well-being and to their profitability and to their ability to improve their services. So, what we have now is a setting where economies of scale have kicked in. Recently, you've been hearing that letters are going back and forth asking the Minister of Transport, the Minister of Finance, for a continuation of the subsidy. Right? And accusations flying back and forth and so forth. Well, in the setting right now, you don't see NBC asking the same thing. Why is that? Because, as we will give in greater detail at the press conference at the end of the month, as we promised, significant efficiencies have been achieved because it's a better model than what was there before. Right? Now the NBC has been able to buy 8 additional buses, all AC buses with bucket seats, higher quality buses, and will go up to 15 such buses. The funds are already there. Banking institutions are seeing the cash flow of the NBC coming in. So, the question of ownership structure has been dealt with from March 2nd. Right? It's all the bus operators who operated in the south, and pretty much the ones in the west, except for BBOC. We have Morales, and then we have one more up in the north. And so that's it. In the western corridor, Westline, Shaw, all the others have been included and came in on their own. Now we have 4 other operators knocking at the door, because now they're seeing the benefits. I don't want to call out their names. I haven't gotten permission for that, but it's real. 4 of them are right now knocking at the door. And what are the operators saying now? They're seeing now how the company structure works. There's a board. We have the headache. But the greater headache then are the operational people. When you see some of these operators, they look fresh. Relaxed. One of them in particular had health issues that he had to go up and down the Merida. Now the man, they come visit us at the office, they hold hand with the wife, they smile. Because they don't have to go under that stress that they had every day racing on the roads. Wondering how they take care of their tires. Then they race and then they got onion skin tires at the same time. So, what this is requesting now is that their investments, all of these operators' investments for so many years, are protected in the case of a limited concession for 7 years, and they have the conditions that I just read that they have to meet. And in the case of an exclusive concession, up to 15 years, and they have even higher standards that they have to meet. So, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. The proof of the pudding is in the eating. And that is what you're seeing right now. So, if anybody wants to come with a story about the NBC, right? Go and talk to the 18 operators that are members of the NBC right now. Now, that our part, the truth one, the rubber hits the road. They are the ones with their actions that have proven that this is it in terms of their decisions on what is best for them. Right? So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity to hopefully try to bring to bear the realities of what have transpired, and that indeed this is the model that is working already, showing benefits already, and that will take us forward into the future, a future in which you could envision not just 3 now electric buses, but all the buses, electric buses, low cost, saving us from the NBC alone, with all of its buses transitioning to electric buses. You would be talking about a saving of over $8 million a year that we would not be needing to bring in diesel from abroad and be dependent on the vagaries of prices out there in the international market. So, I hope that our friends from the other side would reconsider, and perhaps you all might be able to guide your leader in some of these things. That's what we do. We don't have a problem here. Our leader is a humble person, always asking us for our inputs. Me as a leader in my smaller area, I look forward to the people around me to guide me and to correct me if I'm going off track. But remember now, if you want to be just pure cold political calculation, then all of that bodes well for this side. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, these motions are referred to the Public Utilities, Transport and Communications Committee for examination, consideration, and report. Clerk.
Bills for second reading.
The Honorable Member for Lake Independence.
Mr. Speaker, this is the Millennium Challenge Account Belize Authority Amendment Bill 2026. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Millennium Challenge Account Belize Authority Act, Act number 16 of 2024, to ratify the Millennium Challenge Compact and the program implementation agreement entered into by and between the United States of America and Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make my contribution to the Millennium Challenge Account Belize Authority Amendment Bill 2026. Let us first, Mr. Speaker, place on record that the opposition supports the objectives of the Millennium Challenge Compact. A US $125 million grant is unprecedented, first of its kind, historic, and it's aimed at improving education and reducing the cost of electricity, which this country desperately needs. These two initiatives can significantly benefit our national development agenda. They are, for everybody in this National Assembly, important national priorities. Mr. Speaker, supporting the compact does not mean that a parliament should surrender its constitutional responsibility for the sake of expediency. The proposed amendment, as outlined in 50A2, asks the Assembly to do 3 important things. 1, to ratify the compact, which we can do. 2, to ratify the program implementation agreement, which we can do. And 3, to give these agreements and future amendments or modifications, which is not before us, the force of law in Belize without parliamentary oversight or scrutiny. The proposed Section 50A gives future amendments to these agreements the force of law automatically once agreed by the parties. That could allow the executive to modify legally binding obligations without parliamentary oversight. Parliament should not be asked to approve agreements today and at the same time give advance approval to amendments that have not yet been written, that have not yet been examined, that have not yet been debated. That, Mr. Speaker, would be inconsistent with the established principle that Parliament, the legislature, not the executive, makes the laws of Belize. The Parliament, Mr. Speaker, must not fetter its constitutional responsibilities and obligations that provide for the separation of powers between the executive and the legislature. The Parliament must not fetter its constitutional responsibilities and obligations that provide for the remit for proper scrutiny and oversight. The Parliament must not fetter its constitutional responsibilities and obligations that provide for future executive agreements to automatically have the force of law. The words, and I quote, "subject to the Constitution," end of quote, are important, but they do not replace the proper parliamentary oversight. The government's contribution is substantial. The proper policy paper states that Belize has committed not less than US $40.65 million during the compact period. That's our counterpart support, $40.65 million US dollars. Yet it also says that the amendment has no significant direct financial implications. So either it's written incorrectly or I'm not understanding the English language, because $40.65 million US dollars over 5 years, in my view, is significant. It also says, this amendment, that there must be a distinction between what is technically convenient, but must also consider the complete national obligation. The question is, or the position is, not the question, that grant funding, as significant as this amount is, does not remove the need for financial accountability. Not because the money is free, that it does not be given the kind of scrutiny that is required under our constitutional obligations as members of this legislature. And so, Mr. Speaker, we for sure, on this side of the Assembly, support the objectives of the compact. We want these investments to succeed, and we want these agreements to produce the measurable benefits for the Belizean people. But valuable grant funding cannot be a reason to weaken our parliamentary oversight, or more importantly, to fetter our constitutional responsibilities as members of this legislature. We support this partnership. The Prime Minister has my assurance on that. But we also must protect our Constitution. We also must preserve the authority of this legislature. We can't sell it. Not for $125 million US. We're not selling our souls. And we must always ensure that there is transparency in every component of this grant facility, every step of the way, because we have a duty and an obligation which is required by the grantee, that we account for every dollar. So I say once more, given the fact that the Prime Minister just stepped in, that while the bill is short, its implications are significant. Amendment 55(2)(a)(2) has implications as it relates to parliamentary oversight and scrutiny, separation of powers between the executive and the legislature, and it sets a dangerous precedent of giving future executive agreements that have not been tabled, that have not been examined, that have not been debated, that has not been laid before this House, the automatic force of law. So, as we move forward in creating the enabling environment, in meeting the special conditions precedents for this agreement to be initialized or signed on September the 18th, let us not fetter, let us not call into question, let us not violate the separation of duties and responsibilities enshrined in our Constitution, the highest law in the land, between the responsibilities of the executive and the responsibilities of Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Queen Square.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to join voice with the member from Albert, who is our leader of opposition, in thanking the United States of America for the Millennium Challenge account. It's really instrumental to receive US $125 million as a grant. I believe it's generous. It's something that no country gets every year, and we must make the most of it. Education and the IT vet area are two of the areas that will benefit directly, meaning that the young people of this nation will be invested in, and it is that type of grant that we on this side of the House will support any single day. Added to that, we know there's an energy crisis looming, so we'll see a second or a new submarine power cable going from Belize to Ambergris Caye. That is also of utmost importance to this nation. It's past time for us to deal with the energy crisis in Belize. To be clear, we're not blaming the United States of America for any speed or haste in bringing this deadline to us to complete, because we know that the signing is September 18th, I believe. But we ask the government to structure that timeline better so that we can be afforded a better debate, a better discussion as we pass these bills. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Caribbean Shores.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the privilege of sitting on the committee that examined this amendment along with the Leader of the Opposition, and it was the subject of very robust, healthy debate at the committee level. And I raised the issue with the Leader of the Opposition, the member of Albert, that what this amendment, and as she mentioned, it is only a two-paragraph amendment, what it seeks to do is to first ratify the legislation, ratify the compact that we have with the U.S. government. And I want to, first of all, big up my Prime Minister, big up this administration for saving this deal. Just like we did with Kabay. When you all messed up Kabay, who bring it back? This administration. And as the member for Queen Square rightly pointed out, they're not every day, especially in this climate, especially with all that is taking place, that you can get back the support of the United States government. And we in this government were able to do so. $125 million for the benefit of our education system, for the benefit of the all-important energy sector. And so I'm very happy that the Leader of the Opposition is supporting this bill, but she has her reservations about this amendment. Now, the second portion of this amendment is all that it is saying is that we are validating and giving the full force of the law behind the agreement that we, the government of Belize, is signing with the U.S. government. What is so crazy about that? The Leader of the Opposition said that we are surrendering our constitutional responsibility. Man, if she read the legislation, it said there, subject to the Constitution. So we're not surrendering any constitutional responsibility. Every single year, governments, our government, we enter into responsible agreements, treaties, compacts like this with other governments of the world. They're called bilateral agreements, and they don't have to come to the House for approval. When you have agreements or amendments to the agreements, they don't have to come to the House. And so there is even established court cases that deal with this principle, that the executive of any government must have the latitude, they must have the autonomy and the flexibility to adjust agreements. That is established. The case of R versus the Secretary of State for exiting the European Union, the Brexit case. If I may read paragraph 55 of that judgment, it states that subject to any restrictions imposed by primary legislation, the general rule is that the power to make or unmake treaties is exercisable without legislative authority, and that the exercise of that power is not renewable by the courts, reviewable by the courts. And so what that is saying, yes, we came to this parliament with the MCC Act, and if you go over that act, it sets up a board, and that board is made up not just of government, but civil society as well. The unions as well sit on that board. And so we have all of the oversight already in place to deal with this MCC compact. And so I take great offense that the leader is now coming to say that we're acting unconstitutionally, when in fact all that we're doing is saying that our agreement with the United States of America and all amendments shall have the full force of the law. There's nothing wrong with that. The US just wants to know that we are putting in our laws that this agreement is binding. Simple as that. But now we go all into fettering constitution and all of that. Man, that wasn't necessary. They already said we are entering into a great compact with the US Embassy, and they should have just supported and not everything you for oppose, man. And so, Mr. Speaker, I, for one, on this side of the House, fully support this amendment. Thank you.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think there's much that I could add, and certainly the honourable members from the other side, they do start up by saying they support, but there's always this but, you know, sometimes I agree with the honourable member from Caribbean Shore, sometimes put things aside. When we were sitting over that side, many times we supported the government when they were bringing things that we believe it is in the best interest of Belize. This is one such case. This is in the best interest of our young people with education. Energy, which is becoming, it's a huge crisis for us right now. Belizeans have been talking about it. I just gave an interview on that matter. We need to address it. That submarine cable should have been replaced before 2020, and it was not done. Now that 2020 now, that cable now, that submarine cable, and knock on wood, God please help us, has already outlived its time. It has outlived its time, and secondly, the amount of energy that San Pedro is using now has grown exponentially. That is reaching its limit. That's why BEL had to buy a generator, a diesel generator that they have on the island. And when there's a shortage, you have to put on that generator, and it costs us that more than $1 per kilowatt to produce. With this compact, and we are very grateful to the U.S. government, and even with the changes, we would not have had to come here, you know, Mr. Speaker, because all of this was approved. But with the new government, they came online and they're saying, well, we think we need to make some further adjustments to the agreement, which is that we want to know to put some more on energy, because we believe that that your economy depends on energy, and cheaper cost of energy is dependent for growth in your country. And so they are the ones that came and made this proposed amendment. And because of that, then they come to us that in an abundance of caution, they asked us to come to the House. Because they, like us, know that we did not have to come back to the House. And I'm very happy that the honourable member from Caribbean Shores gave a good explanation as to why these changes, what we did, and that we're not giving up our sovereignty, because it points out that it says, subject to the provisions of the Belize Constitution. So if there's anything that's going wrong within the House, anybody could challenge that we're contravening the Constitution. So, Madam Leader of the Opposition, we took all of that into consideration. But all we are doing is just to be able, in abundance of caution, and again to repeat, we need to get this done by the 18th of September. The U.S. financial year, the government's financial year starts October 1st and ends in September. And so these monies have already been allocated for Belize, $125 million. At the end of the financial year, as the honorable member from Albert, who was in government in this side of the aisle at one time, knows that at the end of the financial year, if you do not use it, you lose it. And then you have to vote a new set of monies. And now they are saying, just to make sure that we don't lose that money, we need to get that done by the 18th of September. So I want to thank the opposition for the support, despite the fact of the questions they asked, which is fair. I think we've answered it well. And so now I move this debate, Mr. Speaker, and urge everyone to support this bill. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Millennium Challenge Account Belize Authority Act number 16 of 2024 to ratify the Millennium Challenge Compact and the program implementation agreement entered into by and between the United States of America and Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto to be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Millennium Challenge Account Belize Authority Act, Act number 16 of 2024.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is the Revenue Authority Bill 2026. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to establish the Revenue Authority to facilitate the official and effective administration and collection of domestic revenue and other public monies, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Mr. Speaker, when I introduced this probably about 2 months ago, I gave a fairly lengthy introduction and explanation, and to basically say this is not about raising taxes. It is simply about continuing the modernization process, and you have to give credit where it's due. All of this started under the previous government when they started to amalgamate everything, and that it is continuing from that bill up to where now we want to set up this Belize Revenue Authority bill. I hope and wish that we can get support from both sides of the aisle on this bill. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make my contribution to the debate on the Revenue Authority Bill of 2026. This is no ordinary administrative measure. It proposes to fundamentally restructure how the government assesses, collects, administers, and enforces the taxes paid by the Belizean people. The bill sets out to modernize revenue administration, reduce revenue leakages, improve tax compliance, strengthen the government's fiscal capacity, recover public resources that have been lost through inefficiencies and other form of leakages. Certainly, Mr. Speaker, we align ourselves with these important objectives. The new authority's jurisdiction covers the principal tax and revenue laws, including income tax, business tax, GST, mutual administrative assistance arrangements, CARICOM double taxation agreements, and the Tax Administration and Procedure Act. However, it is notably that it excludes land tax and revenues collected from the customs and excise department. For us, Mr. Speaker, these are glaring omissions. There are those on this side who question why. Because these are two revenue centers for the government that collect the largest sums of money. Mr. Speaker, the Belizean people are aware that customs and the excise department have some significant issues as it relates to leakages. We're also aware that there are millions and millions and millions of land tax arrears that remain uncollectible from landowners who continue to speculate on huge tracts of land. If we are serious, and I believe we are, about stemming the leakages and optimizing collections, it would then be necessary or important that these two entities be included. Mr. Speaker, the House is being asked to create an institution with enormous power over Belizean citizens and Belizean businesses. Therefore, it begs the question whether this bill creates an authority that is sufficiently independent, accountable, transparent, and protected from political interference. The member for Orange Walk Central is right that this kind of amalgamation and modernization of the Revenue Collection Center for the government was indeed envisioned under the previous administration. But we know that the devil is in the details. Those of us on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, believe that stronger revenue collection must also be accompanied by stronger protections and benefits for taxpayers. The purpose of the government is not merely to collect revenue, but to convert these resources into greater opportunities for every Belizean. New legislation should contemplate not only how technical functions are performed, but rather how they improve the lives of citizens and strengthen the confidence in government through the principles of fairness, transparency, accountability, and better services. Let us first examine, Mr. Speaker, the case of this proposed restructuring. Where is the evidence we ask for substantiating the move? Mr. Speaker, before government dismantles an existing institutional framework and replaces it with a new one, it must justify, in our view, the decision. Where is the institutional assessment for the Belize Tax Service? I asked this question in committee. I wasn't able to get an answer. Where is the cost-benefit analysis from moving from one institutional framework to the next? We asked about the implementation plan and about the cost of managing this authority. What will a recurrent cost be? What improvements in revenue collections are projected? We must have a goal. We must have a target. What efficiencies do we expect to be achieved? What measurable benefits will taxpayers receive? The bill does establish a structure, Mr. Speaker. What the bill does not do is establish the evidence that this structure is necessary. As has become fait complete under this administration, Parliament should not be asked to undertake such a fundamental restructuring based on, quote unquote, trust us, we got you. The trust us principle is not sufficient. We need the baseline data that supports the decision. As taxpayers, we're entitled to evidence and not just assumptions. Mr. Speaker, we are equally concerned that we are now introducing a new system with a clear and coherent governance structure, without a clear and coherent governance structure or clear authority. This, we believe, is the most serious flaw in the bill. The problem begins, Mr. Speaker, with the advisory board. Section 5.5 states clearly, and if I can quote, that the board shall provide policy advice and recommendations, but shall not exercise any executive, operational, supervisory, or decision-making authority over the authority, the CEO, or any chief officer, end of quote. So this seems ambiguous to us. Right, I'll get to it, PM, because it's not meant to be destructive, but rather instructive, I hope. The board cannot supervise, the board cannot direct, the board cannot exercise executive authority, the board cannot exercise operational authority. Yet, Mr. Speaker, Section 6 assigns the board extensive responsibilities, approving the strategic vision and mission. It allows for monitoring performance and management, overseeing personnel, contracts, and resources, approving HR policies, setting performance targets and service standards, approving strategic and operational plans, approving budgets and annual reports, overseeing internal audits, approving risk management frameworks. Section 17 of the bill reinforces this by again requiring the board approval of strategic and operational plans. How can a board, and we mean this in terms of a genuine question, be responsible for governance while being expressly denied the authority to govern, as Section 5.5 indicated? How does it monitor management without supervisory power? How does it hold the CEO accountable without authority over the CEO? Because according to the provision, the board has no supervision over the CEO, but is yet intended to hold the CEO accountable. The governance model seems to have a structural contradiction. I'm sure it can be fixed, Mr. Speaker, but we think it's important in terms of ensuring that this authority does what it sets out to do. Mr. Speaker, there is also the concern as to who is expressly in charge. This question deepens when we examine the role of the CEO. Section 11 provides that the minister appoints the CEO and chief officers by order, subject to affirmative resolution of the National Assembly. There is no requirement for open competition. There is no requirement for transparent selection process. There is no requirement for an independent recruitment panel. There is no defined role for the board. The one that should provide oversight, advisory, and ensure the authority functions the way it is envisioned. As the law outlines, on the appointment of the Minister of Finance, the CEO becomes the principal executive officer responsible for daily administration and enforcement of tax laws. The board may review remuneration and propose removal, but cannot direct the CEO, according to the provisions of the law. Section 25(2) states, the CEO is subject to the general directions of the minister and accountable to the board. So who supervises the CEO? Who evaluates performance? Who sets objectives and targets? Who disciplines failure? Who is ultimately responsible for the authority? Is it the minister? Is it the board? Is it both? And if it's both, where does one authority end and the other begin? A bill of this importance, Mr. Speaker, cannot and should not leave executive accountability ambiguous. Let us take it one step further, Mr. Speaker. When one follows the flow of the authority in this bill, a clear pattern emerges. Who appoints the board? The minister. Who appoints the CEO and the chief officers? The minister. Who issues general policy directions? The minister. Who approves financial institutions for authority funds? The minister. Who approves investment of surplus funds? The minister. Who approves procurement rules? The minister. Who determines transferred asset values? You got it, the minister. Who can amend the schedule defining the authority's jurisdiction? The minister. Mr. Speaker, at what point can this truly be determined to be an independent revenue authority, which is the primary objective of changing the structure of how government revenues are collected? Just rebranding an institution does not absolve it from past infractions, or does it erase reputational risk? We've heard that story before with the case of DFC, rebranding to become the National Development Bank of Belize. You see, independence is not achieved by renaming an institution. Rather, it is achieved by how we deal with the structural arrangements for the institution. And we can only do so if we limit the kind of overarching intervention of the minister. In Plan Belize, the good governance motion passed by this House in 2020, this administration, Mr. Speaker, firmly promised the Belizean people that it would limit ministerial intervention and overreach. That was the commitment. Yet the reality could not be any further from that commitment. Bill after bill after bill that is presented in this National Assembly, Mr. Speaker, grants sweeping powers to the sole discretion of the minister responsible. Mr. Speaker, Section 25 of the bill is of particular concern. It allows the minister to issue general policy directives to the board and the CEO with respect to carrying out the functions as they consider necessary or expedient. And the board or the CEO, this is important, PM, the board or the CEO, when they get that general policy directive from the minister responsible, shall, not may, shall, it's not discretionary, give effect to such directives. Section 25(2) extends this influence to the CEO's operational functions, including the enforcement of revenue laws. Under Section 25(3), the CEO may bypass the board entirely and advise the minister on the revenue implications of tax administration and policy changes, as well on any matter affecting public policy or public finances. This absence of checks and balances make it glaringly clear that there is no purpose for the advisory board. Why do we maintain a professional advisory body that has no meaningful authority or whose advice can be ignored? So here's where I think fundamentally is a concern for us. It's a critical question. Can a minister, the minister responsible for finance in this act, influence the audit, influence an investigation, influence the assessment or enforcement of any individual taxpayer? Remember, Clause 25(2) says the CEO shall, not may, shall answer to the policy directives given to her by him by the minister. Sorry? 25(1), thank you. We reiterate, Mr. Speaker, that this is a kind of broad, wide-sweeping, overarching authority that creates discomfort and signals that we're entering into some very dangerous territory. It does not bolster trust or confidence in the process. Mr. Speaker, there must be, in our view, an explicit statutory firewall stating that no political office holder may direct, influence, or interfere in the tax affairs of any individual or business. This provision has to be written into the law so we don't run the risk of tax enforcement becoming a political tool to target citizens, businesses that may oppose a particular administration. We assert, Mr. Speaker, that tax administration must be blind to politics, and protection must be guaranteed by the law, not assumed by convention. Mr. Speaker, Section 36 also raises serious constitutional and governance concerns. It allows the minister, by order published in the Gazette, to amend the schedule. The schedule defines the very laws under the authority's control. It's interesting that in Schedule 2, I believe it is, you have a copy of the law, Schedule 2, FARA, the overarching legal framework, is not a part of the schedule. What prevents the minister from expanding the authority's jurisdiction over time? What limits exist? And if any, what parliamentary oversight is required? This is not a minor, Mr. Speaker, technical provision. It's a significant delegation of legislative authority. If the scope of this authority is to be expanded, it should be done here in Parliament. That is our submission. Mr. Speaker, Section 29 introduces another fundamental concern. Initially, and I made mention of this before, the authority must follow the Financial and Audit Reform Act. But thereafter, it may establish its own procurement rules, subject to ministerial approval. Why move away from FARA as the baseline standard? Why not require authority rules to meet or exceed national public financial safeguards? Even more troubling is Section 29(4), which states that procurement rules will be available, and I quote, on request and on payment of the prescribed fee, end of quote. Maybe if I complete the thought, you will see where I'm going, PM. Why should citizens to access the governing rules? Right, because that's what it says. To get a hold of the procurement rules, you have to pay a fee. Why should citizens pay to access rules governing public spending? Procurement rules should be publicly available, freely accessible, and proactively published online. Transparent should not be conditional. Transparency. Mr. Speaker, we now wish to highlight the elephant in the room. Institutional reform has to take into consideration the well-being of public officers. Section 16 provides 3 options to public officers. They can either voluntarily retire, apply to the new authority, or remain in the public service. Here is what we do not know. How many employees are going to be affected? And how many positions, Section 16, will exist within the authority? The questions about seniority pensions and benefits have all been asked. And the reason I raise this in particular, Mr. Speaker, is because I received some notes from the ministry, not from the ministry, from the Public Service Union, regarding some critical concerns that they raise in terms of looking at the existing framework of the new authority. I spoke with the financial secretary, who shared with me that he had not received these interventions, or if he did, he didn't receive it in time prior to the House committee meeting. And those interventions did not come to the House either. There was no representative, let me be clear, member for Orange Walk Central, that there was no representative of the Public Service Union at the House meeting, but these, I don't know if it's by choice, I don't want to go there. They would have to answer why they were not there. But I will say that the concerns have been documented. The concerns have not been addressed. The concerns will not go away. And the financial secretary said to me, well, this matter is now before the committee, as to suggest that the executive no longer has any command over what can or cannot be considered. That, Mr. Speaker, is a concern. And I think in the present climate, it is, if I can offer a recommendation, is not an issue that should be ignored. Mr. Speaker, we welcome the requirement for annual audits by the Auditor General. We believe that is essential and an imperative in these times where our financial system has been compromised. However, these audit reports are directed to the minister and to the board. And we ask, Mr. Speaker, that there is some consideration in the law that the audit reports are laid before this National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, when all these issues are viewed together, a pattern emerges. The board has responsibility, but the board has no authority. The CEO has authority without supervision, because she doesn't report to the board. The minister responsible for finance retains extensive control across all functions of the authority, which calls into question its autonomy to collect revenue without political interference. Parliament, in this bill, is placed too far away from real-time oversight. This creates a system where responsibility is shared, but accountability really rests with no one. When accountability is unclear, there is a vacuum. Mr. Speaker, we hope this Assembly will receive our interventions in the way they are intended, to be constructive. For the avoidance of any doubt, we acknowledge that this framework is one that can potentially, if done right, ushering important public sector reform. To summarize, a clearly empowered governing board, a defined and transparent CEO accountability framework, open and competitive executive recruitment, reduced ministerial control over appointments and operations, a statutory firewall protecting taxpayers or citizens and businesses from political interference, parliamentary approval for expansion of jurisdiction under Section 36, the retention of FARA as the minimum procurement standard, free and proactive public procurement rules, strengthen parliamentary oversight over audits, and comprehensive safeguards for those public officers who will be affected or who will have to make a decision as to the future of their employment. These, Mr. Speaker, we believe are basic safeguards that need to be addressed to ensure the optimal output. Mr. Speaker, the member for Orange Walk Centre will say that this bill is about modernization, and the opposition supports the principle, the objectives of modernization, and improve efficiency in revenue collections in particular. Modernization, Mr. Speaker, is not simply institutional redesign. Modernization must strengthen governance. Modernization must deepen transparency. Modernization must reinforce accountability. Modernization must protect citizens and businesses from the misuse of power. The bill, in its current form, based on the areas of the bill we highlighted this afternoon, does not achieve that. Mr. Speaker, there is too much power concentrated in one political office, in one minister, who is able to give policy directions, and the CEO who he appoints, and the chief officers who support the work of the CEO shall follow those directives. So let's get it right. We really have an opportunity to do so. We need to collect public revenue. We need to collect public revenue from the Lands Department. We need to collect public revenue from the Customs and Excise Department. We have to collect revenue through the various legislations that enable tax collections from employees, businesses, GST. Mr. Speaker, let there be real autonomy in moving this bill forward. And let us be sure that accountability at all levels be clear. Before we can support the bill as presented, the case and evidence for restructuring should be made available. The structure for governance and accountability must be defined. The far-reaching and overarching ministerial control must be meaningfully addressed. The tax administration must be protected from political interference. The delegation of legislative authority must be clarified to include parliamentary scrutiny. Accountability measures must be embedded in the legislative framework, clear and accessible to the public. The Revenue Authority Bill, in terms of the principle of the bill, in terms of the objective of the bill, is a step in the right direction, Mr. Speaker. But there is some cleaning up that needs to happen so that when we talk about modernization and reform and the principles of fairness and transparency and accountability, the legislative framework will support just that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Mesopotamia.
Afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Afternoon, everyone. I rise to speak on the Revenue Authority Bill 2026. Lord Prime Minister, not be that long, Prime Minister. Let me make one thing first clear, Mr. Speaker. The opposition is not against modernization, new technology, everything. We're not against that. We are not against better tax collecting technology or greater efficiency. But modernization cannot simply mean just changing the name, Mr. Speaker. Create an authority, a CEO, a chief officer, a board. Move public officers out of the traditional public service structure. And then tell Belizeans this is reform. What problems are we actually solving, Mr. Speaker? If BTS, Belize Tax Services, needs better technology, that's available. If it needs specialists, we can hire them, because your authority will do the same. If it needs better salaries, address the salaries, because sometimes maybe, the salary is not enough for the grade no high, Make it more attractive. If enforcement needs strengthening, strengthen it. But explain why those problems require Belize to create a new statutory authority. Mr. Speaker, this is where we have some problems. That the public officers did not create whatever deficiencies government says existing. They went to work, they served successive governments, they built careers, Mr. Speaker. They accumulated pensions, and now government is changing the institution around them. No existing employee should be worse off because government decided to restructure the department. Look at Section 60, Mr. Speaker. An affected permanent public officer may retire, seek to remain in public service, or apply for a position with the new authority. And if that officer wants to join the authority, the officer must successfully complete a recruitment and selection process. Mr. Speaker, why, Mr. Speaker? The person done do the job already. The person got experience, the person qualified. Unless you tell me that the person never qualified per. These are the people already doing the work, Mr. Speaker. Why must somebody who has performed their job 10, 15, 20 years suddenly have to audition for the same job again? This is exactly why workers are asking for protection, Mr. Speaker. The PSU position is straightforward. Transitioning employees should receive terms and conditions no less favorable than those they enjoy. Protect the salaries, the pensions, the accumulated benefits, their years of service. Put in a law, Mr. Speaker. Don't tell the workers, trust me. Then we come to pension, Mr. Speaker. Section 34 says the authority may, with the approval of the minister, make arrangements for medical benefits, pensions, gratuity, and other retirement benefits. Mr. Speaker, there's one simple question. Why we use the word may? Why we not use the word shall? Right? May that I could give it to you if I want. But shall means you have to give it to me. That is called worker protection, Mr. Speaker. These are people's lives. A public officer plans his career around retirement benefits. They make decisions about their mortgages, children, retirement, based on those benefits, Mr. Speaker. People depend on these future monies, future incomes coming in. They want job security. Pension security should not be optional, Mr. Speaker. Government should make that protection mandatory. Mr. Speaker, this House should also look carefully at Section 36. Customs and Lands is presently not in the schedule. But Section 36 provides the Minister may, by order published in the Gazette, amend that schedule. Yes? So I want the government to answer me. Could Customs and Land be put back into this authority tomorrow by ministerial order? Could other major revenue laws be added? Could the jurisdiction of this authority be substantially expanded without government returning to Parliament with substantive amendment to this bill? That means they don't have to come back here again, Mr. Speaker. They don't need to come back here and let us know, or let the people know, the public know. Just sign and let's go. If the answer is yes, then this House needs a safeguard. Parliament should not approve one authority today only to discover tomorrow that its jurisdiction has been fundamentally expanded by ministerial order. Mr. Speaker, if government is moving public revenue administration into statutory authority, oversight cannot be weaker. It must be stronger, Mr. Speaker. But Parliament needs information to determine whether this experiment will actually works. And that brings me to perhaps the simplest question of all. What does this Belize Tax Service cost to operate? The BTS, how much it costs to operate? What will the Belize Revenue Authority cost to operate? The cost analysis for the two of them. How much additional revenue will government collect because of the restructuring, Mr. Speaker? What are the present costs? What are the future costs? Because ultimately, this is called a revenue authority. Government should therefore be able to demonstrate the revenue's benefits. Don't give us words, modernization, efficiency, transformation. I like the numbers, Mr. Speaker. So sometimes, like, if I move from one to the next, you need to know what this one I make. And if it costs more for the next one, then why are we going to the next one? Improve this one. Government spends millions restructuring the Belize Tax Service merely to collect approximately the same amount of revenues while performing essentially the same functions. That is not modernization, Mr. Speaker. That is called rebranding. Just like what they do at DFC and to DBB. It was rebranding too. Because everything will move over from BTS to the new revenue authority. It's the same, pretty much, except, Mr. Speaker, the workers' protection. That is not carried over. You imagine, I have to go interview for my job for being a cook again. I am a professional cook. And you tell me that I need to go back to my restaurant and I have to reapply for a job and lose all my past benefits? Government has already demonstrated that this bill can be changed. Customs and Lands not included. So if government can listen to Customs and Lands, government can listen to the workers too. Put the workers' protection in law. Make pension protection mandatory. Clarify who controls the authority. Protect Parliament's role. Because if they don't need to come back here, Mr. Speaker, then what Parliament is doing here? This is what SI sign it, done. Because after removing Customs and Land, government still has not answered the fundamental question. Why does Belize need an entirely new revenue authority instead of properly modernization, Belize Tax Service, if they need the technology, they need the help, they can help it out. Also, they never tell us about the cost, how much BTS costs to run and how much this new authority costs to run. Until government answers that question and puts necessary protection into law, not merely promises, Mr. Speaker. Government can't just tell me, trust me. All the time they tell me, trust me now, we will get it done. And they use the word may. We need to start use the word shall, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the members from the other side that I think that generally their comments and their concerns are constructive, and I accept that. I could be going from class to class, but I think I want to explain the general principle of what we're trying to do. I'm coming to that if you allow me, please. Why we have the board as an advisory board is because we don't want to be appointing people who will then tell the CEO who to tax and who not to tax and how to tax and go after this one or left that to my family, So it is important because tax it's so fundamental to people, and generally all of us, are afraid of the tax department whenever they come to you. Even though you know you are doing everything right, you still have this fear for them. So it is important for us to assure the Belizean people, in particular the business community, that what we are setting up is to ensure to get the politics out of it as much as we possibly can. When we're looking at different different models of how you can modernize your tax department for be able to increase the efficiencies and the effectiveness. They look at a model where it could be totally autonomous of the government and then the semi-autonomous. And it was tried, I think it was in Trinidad and Tobago, they tried a fully autonomous tax department and it failed miserably. Because at the end of the day, somebody have to provide them with policy. And that is the government that provides the policy. And then you can't have every single minister or every single area representative telling the authority how and what to do and how to behave. You do that through the Ministry of Finance, through the Financial Secretary. But then the Financial Secretary reports to the Minister of Finance, and then the Minister of Finance reports to the then the Financial Secretary then the Minister of Finance then reports to the Cabinet. There is a reporting way of how we want to do. So that is why it's so important for us to have an advisory board to be able to work with them to look at the general policies and how they operate and so forth, as opposed to be able to get into the board and say, oh, you know what, that one day he didn't get away or she didn't get away, that kind of stuff. What we're doing here is a part of the entire process of modernization when it comes to tax collection. I was just talking to the DPM, he asked me to remind me, there are so much things that we're doing all at the same time. It's difficult to remember everything all at the same time. And we talked just a few months ago, himself with CEO Thompson and some other people came and they gave me a presentation. We're looking now at digitizing the tax roll. To be fair to the people, the ministers of lands or natural resources, and myself included, we don't think about tax collection. We think about somebody got a land problem, we have to help them with this land and surveys and so forth, and the collection of tax are the last thing what we did. So we've been working with him, along with with BTS, to see how we could streamline the collections of taxes, that it would be automatic, that that as soon as you make a change on that land, it's automatically registered into the account. What is happening to us with lands, with tax? Most people don't pay their land tax. You know when I'm going to pay their land tax? when they are going to sell their land, or if they're going to mortgage their land and they have to pay their taxes. It's not something that we do automatically. So in the modernization process of digitizing these services within the lands department, we are working on that to be able to accomplish so that we can be able to improve land collection, and we think we could be able to collect anywhere between $10 and $20 million more in land tax. Just on Monday, I had a follow-up meeting along with the Customs Department. The week before we had with Customs and Immigration, because we were looking at the airport, and Baja tourism, because there's a lot of almost a bottleneck, whereby when you go to check in, you go to immigration when you get to Belize, and you really don't know where to go, and there are a lot of procedural problems, and then you have to put your suitcase through Baja, and then they will look at it, and if they find something, if they see something in there that they need to check, they put a stamp or a mark on it, then you have to go down to Customs. Customs might open your suitcase, and then after that, if you have that, then you have to go back to Baja. So we're working how we can regularize all of this. When we were talking to the Customs Department, to Ms. Leslie and her people, and I was telling them, we are only collecting, which is right, there's nothing wrong with it, only about $1 million when people get off the plane and come in. Because most people won't go on holiday and bring their own this little stuff. They don't use it as the actual importation point. It's more the warehouse. And so, we in Cabinet, we frustratingly would tell them, but why we are hassle Belizeans, quote unquote, or not them, and why we have put Belizeans through so many hoops to be able just to collect $1 million? Why can't we just allow them, red light, green light kind of thing? But they pointed out also that Customs, apart from revenue collection, they also have to play a role when it comes to national security. They have to ensure that the people that are coming into Belize are not bringing arms, that are bringing drugs, a number of things that they have to do. So we have been discussing with them, and the Cabinet had approved this from over a year ago, whereby now the Asecura system, the Asecura system that we have is one that was implemented from 2009, and it had needed upgrade a long time ago. Now, I think it's around 2023, government approved the funds for the Asecura system, for them to be able to upgrade the new system, and also then to buy all of the modules. Because presently there's 1 or 2 modules that are missing, and one of them is to be able to I'm trying to find the right word how they describe it, and Laura Thompson at Immigration was then there to how they could profile the person coming in from before they get to Belize, so that whenever they buy their ticket and they come on the plane, both Customs and Immigration will be able to look at it and say, John Bresino is coming in, and okay, there's no flags on this person, so that person can come through quickly without touching anybody. They explained to me, and I remember Ray David Guerrero, who a group of them went to see what Jamaica is doing. So they arrived into the airport and they didn't meet anybody. They didn't have to deal with no one. It's all, you go and you have your kiosk, you enter, and from before you get in, there's a decision to say, okay, this is one tourist, we don't have to deal with that, take your bags and you go through. So we had a follow-up meeting on Monday with the Financial Secretary, with Ray David and the members from Customs, and my frustration is this with, why is it that this has not been done yet? And again, they explained from finance that they were looking at there's another new system that other customs, other jurisdictions have been using. And they wanted to ensure that we don't want to invest millions of dollars in a system that will probably only be good for the next 5 years. Now, the people at customs, like Ms. Leslie, who they are the experts, we need to depend on them, and I believe that they would do more than us. And so they then convinced us that this is the right way to go through the Asikoda system. So Jamaica is using the Asikoda system, and so is the other countries in the Caribbean. And that with the upgrade, we'll be able to achieve most of these things that we want to do. And once we do that, then we do believe now it will remove a lot of the subjectivity out of the hands of the actual custom officers. Because then everything is going to be computerized. You enter, you buy your goods, it is put in what we call now, we pass the law for digital invoicing, and I know some business people were concerned. I know a number of business persons are saying, I want digital invoicing, because once you do it with digital invoicing, it's difficult for you to quote-unquote cheat the system. All of that is going to be done seamlessly, automatically tell you what is your taxes you have to pay, and not allow then for you could go and you could talk to an officer and say, well, you don't need a friend, we know what is going on. That is why when we pass digital invoicing, then we start to talk about it, then some people are saying, oh, we don't know, because once you do your digital invoices, your competitor could get the information of the cost of goods that you're bringing in, but that doesn't happen right now. You just talk to somebody in there, they're going to give you a copy. So the digital invoicing, all of this, it's a lot of different pieces that we're doing at the same time, lead of the position, that we know we're starting to come together. And this semi-revenue autonomous bill, the SARA, is this revenue authority, this bill, is just a progression in hoping that in the next few years, all of this will come together. All of this is going to be tied, because when you import your stuff, to give you an example, that's how Ms. Langsworth explained to me. Ms. Langsworth is a very good person. You all appointed her, and your husband at UDP, and we could have said we don't want to work with her, but she's a good person. At least personally, I believe so, and she has worked well with us. What she explained with all of these new technologies that we're starting to put in place was that, for instance, if you would say, okay, I bring in 1,000 boxes of cornflakes in a container, you pay a tax with cornflakes, which is next to nothing, and yet when you start to issue out invoices in your sales, you start to sell TV, there's going to be a mismatch between your sales and your importation. And that will bring up a light that, hey, we need to check what's going on here. And they'll go to you, okay, where is your taxes that you paid, or you import taxes on TVs? That is what we're trying to do with the digital, with modernizing the entire tax system. And what she explained is that also you'd use AI, artificial intelligence, that will help them to make all of these analysis for us to be able to do. The entire idea behind modernizing this revenue authority is to want to be able to have more effectiveness, to have more efficiencies, to be able to try to reduce as best as we possibly can the political interference. And by doing this, then we'll be able to collect more revenues without necessarily raising more taxes, collecting what we should be collecting. And there's some legitimate concerns, yes. Will it cost us more? I don't believe it will cost more. But the honorable member from Mesopotamia made a point about the employees. The Public Service Union has been making some, raising some alarms about that. But it is important to point, I don't think I want to go through the entire notes on the stakeholder engagement on SAR, or the Semi-Autonomous Revenue Authority. But The union, the Public Service Union was a member of what they call the Stakeholder and Reform Advisory Project Steering Committee, or SARA. And then they had several meetings, and on 20th of May, they had a meeting also. And in that meeting, they went through everything. And the president of the Public Service Union was present. And from what I'm told, there at that meeting, well, they had representatives from Finance, Public Service, Belize Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Public Service Union, NTUCB, the Department of Labor, again, member from the Belize Tax Services, and the SARA Project Execution Unit, so they could ask any and every questions. And during the meeting, the draft bill was introduced to them, and it was reviewed by them when they commenced the actual formal stakeholder consultation process, although they've already been talking to the union, because the union, their employees, when they were told about it, they were raising concerns, rightly so. And the Public Service Union, rightly so, went to ask, okay, what is going to happen to our employees? So they got the bill from the 21st of May of this year, so they could, everybody that was there. And they were asked to be able to give back their feedback by our concerns, suggestions by the 22nd of June. No comments were received by the 22nd of June. But they extended the date to the 13th of July. And during that extended period that you could have put in any concern you may have to this stakeholder group, to the steering committee, the Belize Chamber of Commerce and Industry was the only organization to submit formal written comments. And there were none from the Public Service Union or the National Trade Union Congress of Belize. The main concern, now that the Chamber brought up, was the issue of the employees. They wanted to ensure that, one, that the employees that are going to transition from government to this authority would have the same, get the same salaries and the pensions and all of that that they're getting right now. And secondly, those that stay within government then can be placed somewhere within the government system. And three, of those that decide, well, you know what, I will retire, that they'll be able to get their pensions and all their benefits. And we believe that is something reasonable. And so what we did in Cabinet, we made the amendments. And I think those amendments are going to be read in the Committee of the Whole, to make those amendments to the actual law to ensure that is there and be able to protect them. It is important to point out, I know the leader pointed out on Section 29, but it's important to take the whole section as a whole. That it says it provides for the ability to change or implement government's procurement rules, if deemed necessary. And it is not an automatic requirement, any change that they will do, but most importantly, we must follow FARA, the FARA guidelines that governs us, and that we can't move away. And then, and as I said, I just repeated now, all the employees are protected. You could either move into the authority, stay with government, or you could retire and you're going to get your full benefits. So again, I want to thank the opposition in raising some concerns, and rightly so. But again, the way it is being set up is to ensure the very same things that you're bringing up, for there not to be political interference. The board is advisory, so they could advise how the authority can better run itself, but not for them to be able to tell the authority what to do. We're trying to keep that away from them so that the authority could do as best as it possibly can without as best as we possibly can, any kind of interference, be there friendship or enemy or political or whatever it is, to ensure that we could collect the revenues for the citizens of this country. Mr. Speaker, I move the second reading, and I really urge both sides to support. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to establish the Revenue Authority to facilitate the official and effective administration of collection of domestic revenue and other public money, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. All those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to establish the Revenue Authority to facilitate the official and effective administration and collection of domestic revenue and other public monies, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is National Security Council Amendment Bill 2026. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the National Security Council Act number 15 of 2024 to provide the mandatory security vetting of staff and other persons with access to sensitive information, to provide with the making of regulations in respect of security vetting, and to provide for matters connected therewith and incidental to. Again, Mr. Speaker, when we just introduced this bill on the 4th of June, the amendment to the bill, we acknowledged that the hard work of the many honest men and women of our security forces has often been undermined by corrupt officials among their ranks who have for too long tolerated and facilitated criminal behavior that has directly contributed to the increase in violent crime throughout the country. The cartel threat in northern Belize is the most glaring example of how complex our security situation has become, and why we can no longer pretend that corruption in security forces are insulated incidents. With this amendment bill, we intend to lead from the front by promoting a culture of honesty and integrity in the National Security Directorate that operates under the Office of the Prime Minister. The proposed amendments are comparable to what other security agencies throughout the Caribbean have in place, and is the first of its kind in Belize. In summary, the proposed amendments include background checks, polygraph exams and drug screening, the establishment of a vetting compliance committee to ensure that the process is fair, transparent, and is not abused. With this amendment, we expect that the Directorate will be able to identify risky or criminal behavior within their staff, ensure that only trustworthy individuals access and manage confidential information, and foster a culture of professional integrity. Mr. Speaker, I want to close by saying that our administration is committed to putting the entire security establishment back on the right track. And we expect the other security services to follow with similar legislative amendments in the future. And I urge everyone to support it, something that will lead us in the right path in trying to address the challenges that we face. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Recognize the member from Mesopotamia.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak on the National Security Council Bill 2026. Mr. Speaker, first thing first, I want to make sure it's clear we are not against this bill, but we have concerns For example, but let me explain what this bill is doing. For example, it wants background investigation. We have no problem with that. No problem at all. The polygraph examination, now, that can be very tricky, Mr. Speaker. The polygraph, that can be very, very tricky, Mr. Speaker, because who controls the results? Who controls the results? That is very important, Mr. Speaker. People might think, well, let me explain what a polygraph. Polygraph is when they hook you up to some, I think I have it right here. A polygraph is called a lie detector, a device that records physical response like blood pressure, pulse reading, and skin sweat while persons answer the question. It looks for signs of stress and not actual dishonesty, and experts believe it is unreliable. But I mean, some of the polygraph can have a fake reading. It can be tricked based on so it can be tricked, Mr. Speaker. So even a lie detector test, the court will not accept it. So one other question I have to ask, Mr. Speaker, who vets the vetters? Because there's a committee, who vets them? The drug screening, we have no problem with the drug screening, Mr. Speaker. We have no problem at all with the drug screening. In principle, everything is right. But I also have some question, and I want to say again that I am not against the security vetting for personnel, but the information. Is there an independent appeal process, Mr. Speaker? Because it can be abused. Is there any protection against political victimization, Mr. Speaker? Because in the wrong hands information, you could do a lot of things with those information, Mr. Speaker. That's private information. Strict protection of private information, Mr. Speaker. Imagine confidential information leaks to social media, the press, Facebook, okay, the cartels, election season. Those are private information, Mr. Speaker. And once those information is leaked or is in the public, you cannot take it back. The damage is done, Mr. Speaker. Is there any penalties for anyone who misuses or leaks that information? I don't see any, Mr. Speaker. Maybe the Prime Minister could help us and tell us if there's any penalties for leaked information. That's why I asked, who vet the vetters, Mr. Speaker? Also, Mr. Speaker, government cannot investigate you, judge you, and then hear your appeal. They're not judge and jury in the same, Mr. Speaker. So that is a concern of mine also. Mr. Speaker, this bill, for me, is not about the polygraph only. It's about how this information is used. Who controls that power, Mr. Speaker? The committee? Who controls the information from the polygraph? The results? Is that information being disposed of? How long do I keep it? Nobody knows. Who decides who is a security risk? I'm being the devil's advocate, and that is possible. Another question, Mr. Speaker. Police officers are liable to this test. And maybe a lot of people might not like hear what I say after this. Can politicians also be tested, Mr. Speaker? Can politicians be tested? We need change, Mr. Speaker, and these are some bold changes. It might not be popular, but it's bold. Who protects Belizeans from political victimization? Security vetting is important, Mr. Speaker. Don't get me wrong. It's important. But without proper oversight, that power can be abused. I won't speak long on that, Mr. Speaker, because in general concept we agree with it. But we just want to make sure that there is an appeal mechanism for people who are wronged. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Kaya West.
Mr. Speaker, members of this Honorable House, I rise to join the debate and make my contribution on the National Security Council Amendments Bill 2020. Being from Kaya West, a constituency that forms a borderline with Guatemala, I believe that national security is utmost important. The bill moves in the right direction to strengthen national security by supporting proper security vetting for anyone handling sensitive national security information. And yes, background checks, drug screening, and other security vetting measures are necessary to protect our country. However, key concerns still linger, like with the polygraph examination, lie detector. Tests are being introduced, but the bill does not provide any safeguard for how this test will be conducted or how the information from the lie detector tests will be used. Can someone be dismissed or denied employment if they fail to lie detector test? To properly debate this bill, Mr. Speaker, we need that type of information. Also, the bill provides no clear protection for the private and highly sensitive information that will be collected during vetting. We all know the old saying, knowledge is power. So we need answers about who will have access to this highly classified information. Mr. Speaker, I would encourage government to amend this bill into a more substantive legislation where all the points and intended future regulations can be fully ventilated. Now, instead of saving all the important rules and procedures change for the regulations that will be created on a later date when only ministers' signatures will be required. I close my contribution by saying that such an amendment of national security deserves to have fine details, proper debate, and to have the full support of Parliament. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, not to prolong, but I could understand when it comes to the issue of security and national security, the concern from anybody and from both sides of the House. And but we have to start somewhere. we have a problem. And if we're not prepared to accept that we have a problem, then we're doomed. And the issue of the polygraph or the polygraph exams. You know, we see the movies where there's somebody killers. They're so cool, and they answer any questions, and they pass with flying colors. All of that may be true, but what is important here is that it's not only the polygraph exams that we're leading on. We're doing background checks on you. We do drug screenings. We do polygraph exams. For instance, if all of a sudden you see an officer, the driver, and leave a fancy vehicle, and you know that is the only source of income. There are so many things that you put in place to be able to do that. But for us to be able to start the process, we have to amend the law so we could be able to do some of these things. So I want to assure the honourable member for myself, we're not dealing only with polygraph exams, but polygraph exam is a start. And obviously, I think, and I'm no attorney, that you could fire somebody only based on a polygraph exam. It's based on that and other factors. But not anybody could beat one polygraph exam. You have to be cool. You have to be really like, me for sure can't beat one. I'll get catch quick. So it's important then that it's a number of things. Now, when you have a vetting compliance committee, you don't want to make it too big, because you talk about national security. You're talking about different of looking at the people that work within the national directorate. No, this is only for the national directorate. It's not for the police and the BDF and public officers. It's just we're starting just there. And then from there, we hope that then we could then start to do it to the police and the BDF to be able to see how we can control these criminal elements that are now infiltrating in our national security. But we want to make it small, keep it small. Obviously, the Director General of the National Security will be of the National Security Directorate. He will be there along with the administrative office from the office of the Prime Minister, because this is under the Prime Minister's office. And don't think about me, I'm not going to be there forever. Somebody will come in the next few years. And then after that, we also then, we plan to have then somebody from the, we plan also to bring in somebody from the Attorney General's office to be a part. So we try to keep it small and tight to be able to do that. And lastly, I want to ensure that we're doing these changes the way it's set up in the bill, simply because we are ensuring that we are in line with the public service regulations. Again, what you say, you can make the best be the enemy of the good. We need to start. We need to start somewhere, and I think this is the first step in the right direction. And again, I urge the support of everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that bill for an act to amend the National Security Council Act number 15 of 2024 to provide for the mandatory security vetting of staff and other persons with access to sensitive information, to provide for the making of regulations in respect of security vetting, and to provide for matters connected therewith and incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the National Security Act, Act number 15 of 2024.
I recognize the honourable member from Freetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, this is the Education Bill 2026. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to repeal the Education and Training Act, Chapter 36, of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to reform the basic education system of government schools and selected government-aided schools to make it free, accessible, compulsory, relevant, all-inclusive, and rights-based, provide for a regulatory system for the delivery of educational services, to improve the governance structure of the school system, to improve the licensing regime of teachers by requiring a rigorous evaluation process, which includes subject matter testing, certification, to establish a process which includes subject matter testing certification, to establish a process for secondary schools teachers to obtain certification to teach a subject for which they do not have a degree, to provide for a national student assessment system that will enable accurate measurement for students' learning in a transparent and accountable manner, allowing for evidence-based decision-making, and to provide for matters connected therewith and incidental thereto. Just to say, before we open the debate, Mr. Speaker, as you know, we had prepared a very comprehensive white paper on the bill, which we shared with all members. When I introduced the bill, I gave a very, I think, comprehensive introduction of the bill. Since then, we've had a number of House committee meetings. The Education, Housing, Sports House Committee has met extensively. I think they had a robust discussion, engagement with all stakeholders, many hours. I thank everyone for the staff, the clerk and her staff, the members of that committee. I know, Madam Leader, you were there. I thank you for being there. You stayed and you participated fully. And I want to say that I think it was a good exercise in democracy, a good exercise in consultation and engagement. And those committee meetings, of course, led to many amendments which have been proposed. And I think those amendments have been really well received by the ministry. And I think they were meaningful, productive amendments. You know, in most cases, we accepted over 90% of the proposed amendments. Where we did not, we explained why. So, you know, I think it was a good process, and I certainly, you know, I look forward to contributions in terms of the debate. But I certainly hope that at the end of the day, we can have full support for the bill.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I first wish to join my voice with the voice for the member of Freetown as it relates to the kind of robust engagement that occurred in 3 12-hour days in the House committee. Those committee meetings were well attended by key stakeholders, primarily the Belize National Teachers Union, GAMAS, the managing authorities, which are represented through the churches, represented through the churches. We also had the full support of the staff of the National Assembly, the staff, the CEO and her team at the Ministry of Education, and the Ministry of the Attorney General. It was, member, quite a vigorous exercise. And therefore, those of us on this side offer our support for genuine, what we deem to be genuine education reform. We know it is a Herculean task. And I agree with the member for Orange Walk Central that we can't allow the perfect to be the enemy of the good that we were able to achieve. It is, in my view, members, how the committee system should work. And I want to say, member for Freetown, the white paper, the thoughtful consideration that went into the white paper that informed the discussions at the House Committee meeting was instrumental, and perhaps a pattern, a model that can be adopted moving forward. The opposition, Mr. Speaker, supports a modern, accountable education system, a system that protects, first and foremost, our students, respects our teachers, preserves the church-state partnership, and prepares every Belizean child to fully participate in our country's national development. This bill contains several forward-thinking provisions to that end. The committee also took on board recommendations and produced important improvements or recommendations in terms of amendments to the bill, following representations, as I said before, the BNTU, the managing authorities, churches, and parliamentarians on both sides of this chamber. We must acknowledge these gains. The revised provisions strengthen due process for teachers. The amendments also strengthen consultation with the BNTU and to protect teachers against victimization for legitimate union activity and provide for BNTU representation on the tribunal. At least they get to determine who that representative can be. That was a big issue for the BNTU. The provisions also sought to ensure that managing authorities retain a meaningful role in recruiting and recommending teachers. Consultation is now expressly required when school closures affect teachers, students, and parents. There are also improvements concerning data protection, and the BMIS was a big part of our discussion. And while I think everybody recognized the need for evidence-based decision-making, there was a concern about how we use the data, how we protect the data, who has access to data, which are all relevant. It was agreed that the ministry must publish a data protection and management policy, and that teachers would have access to personal information held about them, and unverified data should not be used as a sole basis for disciplinary or employment decisions. Those meaningful improvements show, in our view, that stakeholder consultation in tandem with parliamentary scrutiny are effective. Mr. Speaker, there were some concerns raised. The issue about us, whether or not, when I say us, Belize needs these kinds of stringent reforms. And when I say stringent reforms, I refer specifically to the preservation of the church-state partnership. The managing authorities felt very strongly that the way some of the provisions were written in the Act was, in effect, diluting the partnership that has been established for over 200 years in this country. And they were very careful to note that they didn't want to be reduced to paper pushers, but to be respected for the equity and the leverage and the support that they provide to providing educational services throughout this country. The issue was also raised, Mr. Speaker, about the role of the ministry, and in particular, the role of the Chief Education Officer as central to all the administrative functions and decisions that need to be made. And there was a call for greater checks and balances within that administrative framework. But I'm sure that's not the first you've heard of it, Member for Freetown. The bill was considered, and the reason we had 3 12-hour days, my colleague on my left was a trooper and member for Likai, is because it's tied to the implementation of the Millennium Challenge Cooperation Compact, that both the Education Reform Bill and the Technical Vocational Bill are special conditions precedent for the agreements to proceed. And so we had to act with that level of urgency. We're of the view that education reform must be shaped primarily by Belize's constitutional arrangements. We also believe that it should be shaped by our long-standing church-state partnership, not to be diluted, and the realities confronting our teachers, our students, our parents, and our communities. We didn't have any representation from students at the House Committee, a very key and important stakeholder in the scheme of things. And I think going forward, Mr. Speaker, we would certainly like to see and like to hear from the primary beneficiaries of this education reform. I spoke briefly, Mr. Speaker, about the concern that was raised about the extensive involvement, authority of the Chief Education Officer, and the importance, as a result of that, for governing principles and guidelines and policies to be put in place, enshrined, updated. There are some already that will help the ministry to administer these concerns. We believe that there should be and continue to be mandatory stakeholder consultations before rules are finalized. We believe that there should be parliamentary approval for rules governing major education policy. We believe that the regulatory impact and financial assessments for measures imposes new obligations on schools, teachers, or managing authorities. We believe that written reasons and clear statutory criteria for decisions should be in place to either close schools or reorganize schools. We believe that periodic parliamentary review of the powers delegated under this Act would be important, Mr. Speaker, not as an attempt to obstruct reform, but truly in the spirit of supporting it. The issues of teachers licensing came up. How the license system remains in the view of the teachers' unions inadequate, what qualifications will require, what constituents approve in terms of teacher preparation programs, what will a standardized examination contain, what will happen to teachers who cannot complete new requirements within the proposed period. These are all issues raised at the meeting. The issue of BMIS was raised, and having the ability to have clear limits on information that may be collected, special safeguards for sensitive and personal information, restrictions on sharing information with other agencies, and a definite retention and deletion periods. We also had quite vigorous discussions, Mr. Speaker, on the Commission and the powers of the tribunal. And the bill gives the Commission substantial influence over teacher appointments, transfers, disciplinary matters. We welcome the representation from BNTU, I think we all did in the room, on the tribunal issue. However, representation alone does not correct the wider concentration of authority. We discussed the issue of school closures, the issue of the recognition of union and union activities within the framework of the education reform system. Mr. Speaker, we recognize, and you know all of this, having sat there 3 days yourself, that the legislation alone cannot repair our educational system. The bill creates new responsibilities, and it also puts into place a framework for monitoring, data management, professional development, and access to education. What we can say, Mr. Speaker, that I think we can all agree in this room, that there is no free education. That's a myth. And I say that because as hard as any of the two administrations have tried to make that a reality, the truth of the matter is that the institutions continue to impose all sorts of fees that is making it prohibitive for students to have access to education. In the committee meeting, Mr. Speaker, I gave an example of a school that is now charging $400 for the child to be secured a seat for the new school year. The member from Toledo West will recall that I raised this issue in the National Assembly when he was holding that portfolio. So this is the challenge. All students entering high school at all institutions, government or government aided or whatever the designation is, you have to do summer school in math and English. First, there was a requirement where summer school wasn't absolutely mandatory if you had a certain grade point average. Now it seems that it is a money-making venture for these institutions. So before you get accepted, to be able to secure your seat, you have to pay the 400, some the 300, some the, but it's in that range, some the 500. And then you have to pay for summer school. That's $150, $75 per course. So before you put your foot in the schoolyard, your parents have to come up with $550 immediately. That does not include all the other fees and levies. So we have lab fee, church fee, sports day fee, activity fee, and it adds up. And for the family who has 5 or 4 or 3 children in school at the same time, it becomes a barrier to having access to education. They simply can't afford it. If I may, member for Freetown, the issue is also the new protocols, the new platform in place to access education assistance from the ministry. We understand why the data is important, but to get access, you have to have information to put in the system, and some of the system that is required, you can't get because you weren't able to pay for, you finished paying for last year's school fees, so you don't have access, for example, to your grades. But to get school assistance for this year, you have to put in your grades. So it becomes a barrier to having access. And so the parents who are most marginalized and vulnerable, they say, well, you can't go. I will need a year to pay off these school fees, so you'll have to sit it out a year. I've known of many cases in my constituency in particular, where we have gone to the parents and tried to match them with people who can help them to finish paying off the fees so they can get access to the BMS system and access to having the educational support. I was asked if I'm not concerned about equity in education when I raised it, and of course I am. But there are some families who are in a different position than others. And the families who can afford to will have all the information because they will have met all the requirements. And what happens to that group of students who are the most vulnerable and the most marginalized? We have to ensure that the systems and protocols that we put in place do not block them out. Or, alternatively, that there is a window, there is an opportunity, there is a person appeals process where we can go and say, you see this student, you can't give it the grades right now because the school withholds the grades. The school now allow you to graduate. They don't give you your diploma for graduating from primary school heading to high school because you owe fees. This reform bill establishes education as a right. And so that has to mean something. And if education is a right, a constitutional right for every Belizean citizen, these schools who penalize students have to be brought into check. And Mr. Speaker, it can only be done via those who are providing the resources to the school. We get letters from the ministry and the school say, we don't accept that. You have to pay. And there are many who can't. And so we ask, Mr. Speaker, that as we lend our support to education reform, that these practical implications for the people who matter most, the beneficiaries of our education reform systems, be not overlooked. Mr. Speaker, it is our view that the negotiations have helped to improve the bill. And again, we commend all stakeholders whose advocacy and presence and engagement helped to inform those improvements. The work, I caution, is not finished. We have a lot to do. And so, as we begin to look at the practical implications of this new education bill, let us, and I urge and I plea, not forget the children of Belize that deserves this reform and deserves to have access to funding so that their education is not brought into question because of some technicality that is no fault of their own. Mr. Speaker, those of us on this side of the House, you concur, supports this bill, and we sincerely appreciate the level of engagement and respect that we received in the process that we were a part of within the House Committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Freetown.
Mr. Speaker, I want to, close the debate really with gratitude to thank all members for their support and to thank the Leader of the Opposition and opposition members for their support. Madam Leader, your contribution I think was very comprehensive and very, I think, effective in highlighting, the critical components of the bill, the concerns that were expressed by stakeholders, and as you said, that we have a shared commitment to education in this country, and we have to at all times, as you rightly pointed out, remain focused on the ultimate beneficiaries of education reform, our students, our teachers. So I thank you for your contribution, and I want to thank as well all the members of the House Committee Yourself, Mr. Speaker, I know you are the chair, the substantive chair of that committee. I want to thank you for your time and your patience. The Deputy Prime Minister, member of the committee, and all the other members of the committee for their patience, for their time, you know, and their commitment to seeing this through, understanding the importance of it, and also the urgency of it. I want to thank the BNTU. They are our partners in education. We continue to have, I believe, a constructive relationship. And they made very substantive contributions. They presented, I think in the case of the education bill, their paper was, you know, was certainly over 30 pages. So there are many, many things there that we could agree on and support. And we continue, as I said, to have a good constructive engagement with them. And GAMAS as well. They were very concerned about the church-state partnership, the managing authorities as well. And I think we were able to assure them that, again, they made substantive contributions in writing, submissions that I think helped to inform the bill and helped to improve the bill. And we took those on board. And again there, I want to use the opportunity to once again reiterate, you know, the ministries and the government's firm commitment to the church-state partnership, which has served our country well for many, 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 many decades. So obviously it's an evolving partnership. Like all partnerships, you have to continue to review it, revise it, reform it. And so we continue to do that. But we work together on that issue in a respectful manner. So I think all in all, Mr. Speaker, you know, it was a wonderful exercise. I think, as I said earlier, in democracy. And it shows, I think it's an important lesson for all of us that when you have constructive dialogue, when you operate in good faith, when there's respect around the table on all sides, that's how you get things done. That's how you get work done. That's how you get solutions to problems. It's not through demands and threats and noise and who could shout the loudest. So, you know, I think that's an important lesson for all of us, our partners, the unions as well. I think it's an important lesson for them as well. That's how we constructively work together and engage and get things done for the Belizean people. That's certainly how I like to operate. Anybody who comes to me with demands and they threaten me and they talk about, you know, lock down this, close down this, that means nothing to me. We don't get anywhere with that. If you want to talk respectfully, constructive dialogue, we sit down around the table, we express our concerns and say these are the problems, and we work them out together. That will get us somewhere. So I think the exercise was good. And again, I want to thank all members for their support. And I think it sends a clear message to the Belizean people that when we're dealing with education, education is above politics. There's no room or place for political games when it comes to politics, to education. Education is a national priority. Our government continues, as a country, we continue to invest, you know, 22, 23% of our national budget in education. because we all understand the importance of education in terms of lifting our country, of building our country, lifting our people out of poverty. So, you know, again, thanks to everyone involved in this exercise, and especially allow me to close by thanking my team at the Ministry of Education, CEO Mejia, the Chief Education Officer, Chief Gongora, the Deputy Chiefs, and all of the management team, the finance team, you know, and all of our team there at the Ministry of Education. They are really committed and dedicated day in and day out to this important work that we do on behalf of the Belizean people. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to repeal the Education and Training Act, Chapter 36 of the Substantive Law of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to reform the basic education system of government schools and selected government-aided schools to make it free, accessible, compulsory, relevant, all-inclusive, and right-based, to provide for regulatory systems for the delivery of educational services, to improve the governance structure of the school system, to improve license regime of teachers by requiring a rigorous evaluation process, which includes subject matter testing certification, to establish a process which includes subject matter testing certification, to establish a process for secondary school teachers to obtain certification to teach a subject which they do not have a degree, to provide for a national student assessment system that will enable accurate measurement for students learning in a transparent and accountable manner, allowing for evidence-based decision-making, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to repeal the Education and Training Act, Chapter 36 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to reform the basic education system of government schools and selected government-aided schools, and to provide for all matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade, Education, Culture, Science, and Technology.
This is the Technical Vocational Education Training Bill. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to make new and improved provision for developing and regulating the TVET sector of Belize, to promote a national TVET system in keeping with local, regional, and global needs and priorities, to provide for the institutional framework for the Autonomous National Training Authority, responsible for planning, directing, regulating, standards, and oversight of TVET, to promote a competitive workforce, to provide for registration and accreditation of TVET providers, assessment centers and accreditation of TVET providers, and certification of TVET trainers, assessors, and verifiers, to provide for development of qualifications framework and curricula, to provide for the Sector Skills Council aimed at equitable access to quality and demand-driven TVET programs, and to establish a fund for the sustainable financing of TVET programs.
Recognize the member from Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I rise to make a contribution on the technical and vocational bill. And to say, Mr. Speaker, that the opposition supports the national objective behind this bill. We support a stronger TVET system. We support national and Caribbean vocational qualifications. We support recognition for prior learning, the PLAR. It was an important part of the discussion. We support industry participation. We support work-based learning, quality assurance, professional standards, and a properly financed pathway from training to employment. Supporting these reforms also require that we remain vigilant as it relates to providing oversight and not surrendering our parliamentary scrutiny, which is part of our responsibility. It is our view, Mr. Speaker, that the larger the reform, the greater our duty to examine. And the greater it is for us to hold those to account who have the power to determine how this piece of legislation is given life, how it protects the worker, and how it answers when the system may not go exactly the way we hope for. In our discussions, Mr. Speaker, we talked and discussed in length with the BNTU the need for workers to have a meaningful voice in shaping not only the institution but particular representation, and that the trade unions ought to be recognized as beneficial partners to the process. We discussed and agreed in great detail and discussed the fact that parliamentary oversight is necessary, the partnership is critical, and oversight must continue to be strengthened as we move forward with things like registration and certification requirements, code of conduct, disciplinary procedures, and appeal procedures, because like the education bill, the BNTU made the case for having an appeals process within the TVET bill. We discussed in great length, Mr. Speaker, the need for due process, that the trainer, assessor, and verifier should never lose the employment registration or certification without certain provisions being considered. For example, written notice of allegations, access to relevant evidence, reasonable time to respond, the right to union or other representation, some impartial consideration of the case, a written decision with reasons, proportionate sanctions, and an opportunity to correct a redeemable breach. While these provisions were explicit in the education reform bill, they were not as clearly defined in the TVET bill. We discussed, Mr. Speaker, the need for an accessible appeal mechanism. We discussed in great detail making sure that cost does not become a barrier to building skill sets and sharpening your tools as a TVET trainer. We talked about the accessibility of professional development. We spoke in length, Mr. Speaker, about the industry attachments and the proper safeguards that require, including regulations that would address duration and working hours, supervision, occupational health and safety, insurance and liability, compensation where appropriate, responsibilities of the employer and training provider, and of course, how we address grievances. There was also, Mr. Speaker, a lot of discussion about the training fund to ensure that as this institution establish its own sources of revenue through the levy of fees, that the use of the funds remain transparent and the distribution of the funds be equitable. It was agreed that the authority should be required to publish clear criteria for accessing the fund, annual allocations and expenditure. It should have audited financial statements, the institutions and programs receiving support, performance and outcome information, and the geographical distribution of funding. There was also, Mr. Speaker, lots of discussion on Clause 71, which relates to existing employment rights and the need for those rights to be protected. And of course, clarification regarding VOTEC teachers, those teachers who are now licensed under the education rules but may provide technical training within the educational institutions they work for. The matrix, again, was very comprehensive. The recommendations that went forward was agreed by consensus of all those in the committee. And we are grateful that that work did not go in vain, Mr. Member for Freetongue, that the ministry took on board and accepted many of the recommendations that came out of those working sessions. Just as academic education is important to nation building, technical and vocational training is equally important. The fact that we can elevate through the MCC grant how technical and vocational training is approached and even brought to the tertiary level in terms of building skill sets, relevant skill sets for emerging industries in this country, I think is testament and an idea whose time has come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Dangriga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I rise certainly to support on behalf of our constituents from Dangriga and with the permission of my colleague from Stancrick West, who we together benefit from the Stancrick IT vet facility at Hope Creek. And we hear a buzz in our community, very excited about the investments that are about to take place in the IT vet system across the country, and certainly for the one in the Stancrick district. And this bill, of course, sets the legal foundation and moves us in an innovative way into the future on many different fronts. One of the complaints we usually hear in the IT vet system is that the instructors are usually people who are qualified, and in the private sector they earn a certain amount of money, compensation for their skills, and want to contribute through the IT vet system. But many times the compensation that they've gotten has made it difficult for them to invest their time in the IT vets across the country. We have, fortunately, a very good example in the north, in Orange Walk, where the IT vet has been quite innovative and robust and able to work with the private sector. So that now the bill is addressing many of these areas that will be able to cross the gaps that we have had over the years. And so definitely on behalf of the constituents of Dangriga, we are grateful for the work done. We commend Minister Fonseca as Minister of Education and the team for the great work done in such a short time that will have such a great impact on this important sector of education. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be short. I want to thank the opposition on the way we've managed both the education bill and the TVET bill. It shows a sense of maturity on both sides that we can go through a process and provide it also from our end, that we also deal with respect to the other side. I want to commend Minister Fonseca and the Minister of Education and CEO Mejia, despite the personal challenges she's going with her family now with her son, and we pray for the recovery of her son Billy, the Chief Education Officer, the House Committee, everybody. That, you know, sometimes from our end, it is tough. You know, when you're going through all of this, we have all of this work going on, and then you have to go through this entire process of constant consultations and listening. But I think that this is a great example from Minister Fonseca, and all of us can learn, and from the opposition, that if there is enough dialogue, I think pretty much everything is possible. Because I do believe that both sides of the House love this country the same amount. I don't think I love Belize more than the leader of the opposition, or vice versa. And this is a very good example of where we can maturely discuss something that's truly in the national interest of this country. On the issue of the ITVET, what I want to end is that that for too long in Belize we have concentrated too much in white-collar jobs. You know, everybody wants to work in an office. But the real money is in the technical vocations. For too long we looked down on them, but today a plumber makes a lot more money than somebody working in an office or in a restaurant or hotel. No, but the ITVET is also part of the hotel industry, where you can have more cooks and service and everything. And so we need to change that whole mindset that it is, you know, only the Dunsi people go to the TVETs. And so this is what we're trying to bring across today from our government and also from the opposition, that both of us recognize that. But at the same time that we have to look at the, at the Education Act, that it also has to be modernized and improved. And I want to thank all the stakeholders, you know, from GAMAS, BNTU, everybody that genuinely went there to put their proposals from their view on how we can make this better. So, Minister Fonseca, thank you so much to you and your team, to opposition, to everybody. Thank you very much for the support.
Give kudos to the Minister and the Ministry of Education. And many times, Belizeans might not see the positive things that has been done, but those who are silent recognize the efforts of the Prime Minister and his government. And I want to echo what happened yesterday in Punta Gorda. The Prime Minister and the Ministry of Economic Development was able to bring many IFIs together in one building to forge a way forward for the country of Belize. So with that said, I want to give the Prime Minister and the Minister of Education likewise, and others who put and make this successful, even though when the government changed in the US, they were able to stand forth and find a solution and make it happen. So thank you very much.
Recognize the member from Freetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think I have to say anything else. I don't have to add anything. I want to thank all the members for their contributions to the debate on the TVET bill. And I want to thank the Prime Minister for his consistent support to the Ministry of Education. And I think he really summed it up well in terms of the importance of the TVET sector. And as he said, our responsibility, our collective responsibility to work together to ensure that we make education work for the people of Belize. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to make new or improve provision for developing and regulating the TVET sector of Belize, to promote a national TVET system in keeping with the local, regional, and global needs and priorities, to provide for institutional framework for the autonomous national training authority responsible for planning, directing, regulating, standards, and overseeing of TVET systems, to promote a competitive workforce, to provide for registration and accreditation of TVET providers, assessment centers, and accreditation of TVET providers, and certification of TVET trainers, assessors, and verifiers, to provide for development of qualification frameworks and circular, to provide for sector skills council, aim at equitable access to quality and demand-driven TVET programs, to establish a fund for the sustainable financing of TVET programs, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to make new and improved provision for developing and regulating the TVET sector of Belize and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Committee of the Whole House on Bills.
Honorable members, the House will now resolve into a committee of the whole House to consider the bills that were read a second time. I would like to ask the media and those in the galleries to leave during this portion of the sitting.
Bills for third reading.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Millennium Challenge Account Belize Authority Amendment Bill 2026 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Millennium Challenge Account Belize Authority Act number 16 of 2024 to ratify the Millennium Challenge Compact and the Program Implementation Agreement entered into by and between the United States of America and Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Millennium Challenge Account Belize Authority Act, Act number 16 of 2024.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Revenue Authority Bill 2026 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to establish the Revenue Authority to facilitate the official and effective administration of collection and domestic revenue and other public money, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to establish the Revenue Authority and to provide for all matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the National Security Council Amendment Bill 2026 and passed it with amendments. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the National Security Council Act, Act number 15 of 2024, to provide for the mandatory security vetting of staff and other persons with access to sensitive information, to provide for the making of regulation in respect to security vetting, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the National Security Act, Act number 15 of 2024.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade, Education, Culture, Science and Technology.
That the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Education Bill 2026 and passed it with amendments. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to repeal the Education and Training Act, Chapter 36 of the Substantive Law of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to reform the basic education system of government schools and selected government-aided schools to make it free, accessible, compulsory, relevant, all-inclusive, and right-based, to provide for a regulatory system for the delivery of education services, to improve the governance structure of the school system, to improve licensing regime of teachers by requiring a rigorous evaluation process, which includes subject matter testing certification, to establish a process which includes subject matter testing, certification, to establish a process for secondary school teachers to obtain certification, to teach a subject for which they do not have a degree, to provide for a national student assessment system that will enable accurate measurement for students learning in a transparent and accountable manner, allowing for evidence-based decision-making, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to repeal the Education and Training Act, Chapter 36 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for all matters connected therewith and incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education.
Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Technical and Vocational Education and Training Bill 2026 and passed it with amendments. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to make new and improve provisions for developing and regulating TVET sector of Belize to promote a national TVET system in keeping with local, regional, and global needs and priorities, to provide for institutional framework for autonomous national training authorities responsible for planning, directing, regulating, standards, and oversight of TVET systems, to promote a competitive workforce, to provide for registration and accreditation of TVET providers, assessment centers, and accreditation of TVET providers, and certification of TVET trainers, assessors, and verifiers, to provide for the development of qualification frameworks and curricular, to provide for sector skill council aimed at the equitable access to quality and demand-driven TVET programs, to establish a fund for the sustainable financing of TVET programs, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to make new and improve provisions for developing and regulating the TVET sector of Belize and to provide for all matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House adjourn.
Honorable members, I recognize the member from Mesopotamia.
Don't worry, guys, I won't be long tonight, okay? No worry. Don't worry. It's quite short. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak on the failed acquisition of the Smart SpeedNet deal, Mr. Speaker, which is of public importance. Mr. Speaker, BTL Chairman says Cabinet does not support the proposed acquisition of Smart SpeedNet and that the acquisition process is now behind us. Fine. Close the deal. But don't close the questions, Mr. Speaker. Because considerable time, money, resources went into this transaction or preparation for this transaction. Belizeans deserve to know. Now, we cast, Mr. Speaker, who authorized it? Why was it pursued? And what legal exposure remains, Mr. Speaker? Remember, Mr. Speaker, in a press release they said that BTL went twice to visit them. BTL chairman admits that considerable work, analysis, and effort went into evaluating the transaction. Then show us the bill. How much was spent? Was there lawyer and consultation fees? Was there valuation and due diligence fees? Financial and regulatory advice? Management resources? Were deposits or commitment fees paid? Are there termination costs or outstanding obligations? These are all questions, Mr. Speaker. These are pending questions that the public wants to know. The deal may be dead, but invoices is not, Mr. Speaker. If this chapter is closed, then open the book. If it's behind us, that means there's no more secret. Bring it on, make a receipt. This is perhaps of bigger concern. SpeedNet statement refers to government's tendering, BTL market dominance, infrastructure sharing, previous court rulings, pending litigation involving the Ministry of Education, possible court enforcement or regulatory obligations. So while BTL say this chapter closed, SpeedNet appears to be saying, hold on, my buddy, not so fast, hold on. So I'm asking, is there any litigation pending? Any contracts involved? What has BTL already spent on legal fees, and which law firm is being used? These are legitimate questions, Mr. Speaker. This is what the public wants to know. Is there any taxpayer potential exposure, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, Belize has already spent enormous sums dealing with commercial disputes involving the Ashcroft Associates' interests. I believe I have presented on this entire past fiasco in previous House meetings on how we get here. I'll just give a couple of examples, Mr. Speaker. I won't go into details, promise. BTL nationalization, arbitration, CCJ litigation, compensation and interest, port dispute, Waterloo, settlements. You cannot keep paying millions to settle yesterday's litigation while creating the condition for tomorrow's litigation, Mr. Speaker. In 2004, the famous G7 emerged inside the PUP government. And you know who was one of the 7, Mr. Speaker? Our Prime Minister was one of them. Our Prime Minister was part of a famous... Oh, yes. Honorable Cordell, the Deputy, yes, you were there. I forgot. My apologies.
The question of who are the new G7?
No, we're not going there. Was part of the G7 that challenged his own PUP government over the management of public finances and demanded greater accountability. 22 years later, Mr. Speaker, I simply asked the Prime Minister to live by the same standards that he demanded then. If accountability was good enough for the G7 in 2024, it is good for Belize 2026, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, government has a unique responsibility here. Government makes communication policy, is a major purchaser of telecom services, controls BTL, and BTL competes against private providers. Government, therefore, cannot favor BTL in procurements for use of government contracts to disadvantage competitors. That will be a problem, Mr. Speaker. That will be a big problem. BTL has now been determined to be a dominant provider, bringing additional regulatory obligations and oversight. BTL focus should be simple: compete, innovate, improve service, and reduce costs. Government cannot be the referee to help BTL score. So, Mr. Speaker, who would take this responsibility? Mr. Speaker, who would take this responsibility? The Cabinet and PM has already said no. But somebody gave the green light for this process to move forward. Somebody must have authorized this discussion, Mr. Speaker. Somebody must have authorized the expenditure of resources. And somebody must have decided this acquisition is worth pursuing. In 2002, and I believe it's 2025, and as of recently where the BTL board approved their acquisition. Somebody must have recommended that this transaction move forward. Now who, Mr. Speaker? That is a burning public question, Mr. Speaker. And why did Cabinet and the PM ultimately reject a transaction that BTL had already spent considerable resources evaluating? What are the reasons? The public wants to know. Was it the price? Competition concerns? PUC concerns? Legal concerns? Or public pressure? Cabinet and PM final answer was no. BTL should therefore table full costs of this failed exercise, including professional fees, due diligence, and any deposit or termination costs, and disclose the government's present legal exposure and answer one critical question. Has this failed acquisition created any contractual liability or potential claim against BTL or the government? That's another major question, Mr. Speaker, that's being asked. If there is none, say so. If there's exposure, tell us so we could prepare. Don't wait until the court papers arrive, Mr. Speaker. Or Belizeans will have to wait until 2030 before some hidden agreement or undisclosed liability finally comes to light. Yes, now we are the other side there, you don't worry. 2029. 2029. We have seen that movie before, Mr. Speaker. Is this another Plan Belize Secret Accommodation Agreement 2.0? You really want to make I go to Accommodation Agreement 1.0? I make I start talk about 1.0? Make you not go there, Minister. Left it at 2.0, maybe, question mark. No make talk about that 2.0 or 1.0 right now. Mr. Speaker, BTL says the acquisition chapter is closed. But before government and BTL closes the books, account for the money, account for the decisions, account for the legal exposure, if any. Belize has already spent hundreds of millions dealing with previous commercial disputes, Mr. Speaker. We must learn a lesson. We paid compensations, we paid interest, we paid lawyer. How many times must Belize pay to learn the same lesson, Mr. Speaker? How many times? Remember, Mr. Speaker, that no they pay, no, Mr. Speaker, that the people ultimately end up paying the price. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Kaya North.
Mr. Speaker, very briefly, Mr. Speaker, the member from Mesopotamia wants to know if there is any exposure to the taxpayers. Well, the taxpayers have been exposed for about $700 million when Dean Barrow went and bought this company. Do you remember that, member from Mesopotamia? That's the exposure of the taxpayers. He wants to know if government has any liabilities in relation to this transaction. Government was never a party to this transaction. So how will government attract any liabilities? I mean, does he understand, or is he playing like he does not understand? In fact, the PUC is the referee in this, not the government of Belize, and everybody knows that. The PUC has taken the steps to demarcate BTL as a dominant player in this market, and that has repercussions. It has even gone further, Mr. Speaker, and it has frozen the rates that BTL could charge for a period of 3 years. So yes, there are repercussions. So, Mr. Speaker, this matter, as PNet has said, and as BTL has said, is now closed. Both companies have said it is over with and done with. The information that the member from Mesopotamia seeks, I am sure, is going to be in the audited financials of BTL when that happens. So, you know, Mr. Speaker, I think this gentleman should really try to understand these transactions before he comes to Parliament and makes these pronouncements. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Queen Square.
Mr. Speaker, on the adjournment, I'll speak on the fuel subsidy as national interest. The Belize Bus Association has been clamoring for $3 to continue per gallon of diesel, and have threatened to even suspend bus services nationwide coming this Monday, August 24th, as a result of government's inaction, government's inability to settle this bus situation with the Belize Bus Association. What happened? The fuel subsidy was granted for 3 months and expired early August. and was due mainly due to the high cost of fuel. The government received the letter sent July the 15th by the Belize Bus Association, whereby they requested, please continue it because the cost of fuel continues to be at an alarming price per gallon. I would say, everyone would say, the Bus Association has a legitimate expectation to be heard in a proactive way, not a reactive way. This government continues to find itself in murky waters, unable to navigate from one problem to another problem. It keeps compounding. The unions are preparing to demonstrate. The bus owners are ready to go to the street and suspend transportation. There seems to be no answers from this government. If, as a government, you found it prudent to give $3 per gallon of diesel as a subsidy because the fuel was high, there's no way now you'll get off the hook and find it not prudent when the prices continue to be extremely high. More so, the government hasn't even held a meeting with them directly within the time frame. At the very least, I expect the government to say, well, between now and until the day we meet, we'll continue covering the subsidy because we've been so busy with BTL. Let's say BTL has you guys buckled down in cabinet because from the G7, I don't know if the G7 member from Kyle South is now gone, so I can't really put it to him, but for sure there's rumbling in cabinet. The Minister of Finance, the Prime Minister, knows that cabinet is making decisions contrary to what he led on the media. I say if this government wants to affect the school children who will start school in early September, some of them have already started, you must get to the table and settle this bus issue with fuel prices once and for all. Either you'll continue the subsidy or you'll stop it, but the bus owners need to know where they're going. You can't keep them in limbo. I feel that this government is unable to navigate these murky waters. I don't see, in fact, Madam Leader of the Opposition, I will say, be double prepared, be double ready to lead this country because this government is falling every single day farther and farther and deeper into the abyss. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Dangriga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The good member from Queen Square is a little out of date and out of step as well. Let me give a very brief reminder to the member about how much we have done on this end to show support for the bus operators who had clamored for a subsidy. They wanted fare increases, and they even wanted, in the very first instance, when they made the request a few months ago, consideration for exemptions on imports and all that. That was the first letter that they sent us about 3 months ago. That was discussed in cabinet. At the time, prices were lower than what they ended up being, and the message from cabinet to them was, let us look at the trajectory of these prices. We didn't know how things were going to turn out, and if it ends up being that the prices continue to rise, that in cabinet we would give consideration to the request. Well, it turned out that prices continued to go up, and we got another subsequent letter from them in which they said, okay, we do not want to look at the issue of exemptions on parts and on a subsidy because that's temporary. Let us look at fare increases. We want that cabinet to consider increasing the per mile rate to 18 cents per mile in terms of the usage of their buses across the highways and the costs of running the buses and the fares that you would be getting per mile. We took that to Cabinet. We had a long discussion on it. The Ministry of Transportation brought a proposal in which we looked at different levels of fares, the regular fare, the premium fares, express fares, and we came back. The Cabinet was open to it, and we went back to them and gave them an offer. They came back and said, no, we don't want that. We don't want that. We want a subsidy and a fare increase. We came back again to the Cabinet. Cabinet deliberated, and that's where we ended up with the $3 per gallon and a $1 increase for each destination, plus for short drops up to $3. That was put in place. That 3-month period recently expired. And we worked out the program in which weekly they would be getting their subsidies, and they got their subsidies. Now, recognize that the ones who have been pushing for all of these, all of this support were the non-NBC operators. These are the same operators who had the freedom to choose to be a part of the NBC. And they, on their own, made a determination that they could handle themselves, that they could go out there and take care of their own business. But yet, after 3 months, they are coming back to the table, requesting that the subsidy be extended again. If you look at the comments from the public recently, you will see that they're not favorable to that. They're saying straight out, if you all made a determination to be independent on your own, right? Why is it that the people of Belize, because it's the people's money, will have to be reallocated to you over and over and over again? Where is your ability to be independent as you have chosen to be? That is what the people want to know. And I will tell you that since that letter came out, there are a couple of those same members who have informed us that they will not be a part of any kind of action on Monday. I can tell you that categorically right now, that it's not all of them that are following the line that they want to put out there to the public. And I will go beyond that, Mr. Speaker, colleagues, and let us just call a spade a spade. Okay? It is clear that our government has done everything that we can to try to work with our friends, that our doors have been open for them, and that we never said that we would not consider something for them. In fact, in the last cabinet meeting, we wrote them a letter to say that it was decided for the ministry to come with a proposal and that cabinet would give it consideration. But what has happened? It seems like there's a subgroup of that, of the membership of the BBA, a subgroup that is insistent on being disruptive, that is insistent on not seeing this thing in the broader light of service to people, and that they are taking a political bent on this situation. And I want to tell you that, no, I don't have a problem calling the name, because when we have done our consultations and on the public media, right, there is one of the larger group, the Tillett family group, okay? They control about 40% of the northern route, right? And for the public to know, that the lead member of that group, the largest one of the operators, happens to be the shadow minister for transportation for the opposition. Okay? So let's call a spade, right? And we have to stop these things, man. Mr. Speaker,
Members, please let's allow the member from Dangliga to...
We need to see the best interests of the people who are the commuters. That is what matters. We just had a very good conversation on education. And we saw that the main stakeholder are the students. In a similar way, in the transport sector, the main stakeholder are the commuters. We must be focused on the welfare of the commuters, not of the operators, right? And this is what has happened, right? That a few operators want to hold this thing hostage, and we have to call a spade a spade. And the beautiful thing about it, and why I am able to speak with confidence this evening, is because the people are saying that they will not tolerate that. And that, at the end of the day, is what matters most, is what the people want, and they will not entertain that kind of foolishness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Albert.
How you behave, friend? Behave. I promise to be brief, Mr. Speaker. Before I get into the matter of urgent national concern, though, I want to place on record our congratulations to Mr. Jules Vasquez for receiving the Caribbean Defender of Media Freedom Award in this region. Whether you are a fan of Mr. Vasquez or not, it is a historic recognition in this country of the international and international independent press. It speaks volumes. It speaks volumes of our ability still to have freedom of expression. So before you poke fun at it, I think that the fact that it's the first of its kind, and if you looked at the persons who Mr. Vasquez was competing against, was nominated with, stellar and well-recognized, well-established members of the media in this region. And I believe he deserves our sincere congratulations for being awarded this prestigious recognition for his work as a member of our independent media here in Belize. The matter, Mr. Speaker, of national concern has to do with the high cost of living, in particular, the cost of electricity and the cries of the people that we ignore as though it is not important. We have invested, this administration has invested some $400 million in energy security and in an effort to reduce the cost of electricity. And the people of this country have received zero benefit. There is a $73 million bailout of BL. There is the $80 million grant from the MCC There's the $66 million loan agreement from the Saudi fund. And when you came to this house pontificating and making the case, it's in the interest of the Belizean people who have seen no material benefit yet. Mr. Speaker, it's crazy. Bills have quadrupled. And I can say that because I live alone. And my usage has not increased. In fact, I've been spending more time with my mother and less time at home. So if anything, my usage has decreased. But the cost of my electricity bill is through the roof. There is no stability in electricity supply. And we come to this house, every house meeting, and approve loans for all sorts of things. And we don't bring any direct and immediate relief to the people. In the COVID years, BL, Mr. Speaker, had its highest rate of return. When people were not working, talk about increases in uses of electricity, they had to stay at home, they had to teach their children from home. And yet, in those years, BL recorded the highest level of profits. And now, we're adding the COPA, cost of power allocation. When somebody asked me the other day, Mr. Speaker, will they buy power for 5 cents? Will they charge 50 cents? And we still can't make it work. It's a serious matter. And it hurts people fundamentally. And I would want us to come to this house with solutions in how we are going to give people direct relief, particularly on the high cost of electricity. Because I live alone, Mr. Speaker, I don't have occasion to go to the supermarket very often. And I walk into the supermarket, brown sugar at $1.20 a pound last week. This week, brown sugar at $1.35 a pound. I'm not talking about the ones that are specially packaged and labeled. No, that's about white sugar. Well, that's our next thing if we could find it, no? The problem is that it's important